All right, hey everyone. We are live on YouTube, and like usual, I know there will be a bit of a delay in what we're broadcasting versus what I see on the screen, so we're going to kind of make do with that. Hopefully the audio is a little bit louder today. We did a test stream yesterday where we put some brake pads on this really quick and got some feedback that the audio was low with this wireless mic that I'm using, and I spent a little bit of time trying to boost the gain and also drop the noise a little bit. So hopefully it's a good way of accommodating that. So we've got Sharky and Gwen here in the shop. Let's work on our scenes here, and I can kind of show you. Ooh, look, Gwen's right in frame. So there's Gwen. And there's Sharky. So they are both very hyper. Well, Gwen's as hyper as she gets. And Sharky, of course, is hyper because it's pretty wet outside, so they haven't really gotten a lot of running in the mud, which is probably good. But so they're going to be hanging out with us in the shop today. Sharky's going to be squeaking that ball nonstop, no doubt. And of course, he was eating my big bass hole hat earlier. I got to find it before it disappears. So how's the live stream going to work when it comes to wrenching and hanging out? Well, I've got my laptop here, and I try to switch between things so I can kind of catch up with folks on the YouTube chat. But at the same time, you know, there's probably going to be a fair bit of dead air here. See, right now I got to switch back because I don't even know if I'm in camera. So it's one of those things where we'll get better at it as we go because I don't really do a lot of live streaming, but we did some tests yesterday, and I think we're going to be in good shape today. So as long as our connection holds, as long as the audio works out for you, you'll get to see us work on some things. I got the mobile cart set up so I can move the cameras around. And what we're going to do today is work on some brake line stuff, which is really something I've been putting off. I just don't like making brake lines, and I have one of the worst ones to make. Oh, what you doing, huh? You're not even on camera, I don't think, are you? Oh, there you are. So here, look, we'll put you on camera a little better. Right? So, like I said, we're going to work on the brake lines on this truck a little bit today, and honestly, that might turn into a fair amount of just hanging out and chatting on the live stream. But as a result, I'm going to have to fetch tools, I'm going to have to fetch parts, I'm going to have to be careful not to curse too much because I'm bending brake lines, and as a result, there's probably going to be a lot of dead air. There's going to be times where I step away, there's going to be times where I'm digging for hoses and fittings and stuff like that. I'll try to move the cameras around, but it's going to add some complexity to this. So really the whole purpose is, you know, if you're just kind of hanging out in the COVID-19 quarantine and you're looking for something a little different today, well, I figured why not just turn on the live stream while I'm out here goofing around doing a few things. So we're not building hot rods today. We're not doing anything fancy. We're not doing welding or metal work. We're just going to form some brake lines. So pick that camera back up a little bit. Here is what we're going to be messing with today. So a couple quick things. One thing that we'll do, this is going to be pretty simple. We have this vent hose, which is pretty simple, and this goes to the rear differential. So this is going to be like a 30-second job. I'm pretty sure this is a 5/16 hose. So we're just going to get some 5/16 hose, cut it to length, transfer our clip, transfer our little kind of fitting filter here. And what this does, this attaches to the back of the rear axle. And if you looked on our Instagram post, we had showed, and I guess I could show with the other camera as I move things around and get closer and when we do it, but you'll see the vent on the actual axle tube. The whole reason for that is when you start driving your car and everything starts warming up, well, there's air inside of those components, like your axle housing. And just like everything, when stuff heats up, it expands and the air will expand. Well, all of that fluid has seals around it. There's seals that keep it in there. So if you start driving, you don't have a vent to let the pressure out when things heat up, you'll end up blowing the seals out on the sides of the axle tubes and leaking. So it's very important that you don't cap off the vent and that you do replace it. The whole purpose of the vent line is this is a truck, so it's designed to, you know, tow and go in water, dropping a boat in the lake or going in the mud and stuff like that. So this vent hose attaches to that housing and brings it up a couple feet, so that way you don't have any problem with water getting into the vent hole and contaminating the fluid in the differential. So very important, and all differentials pretty much have vents on them, so pretty common thing that you'll see, but that's why you don't want to cap it off. It really has to do with the expansion of the air as things heats up. You need somewhere to vent that, and when it contracts back in, it'll pull air back in. So other stuff we got today is a mess of brake lines. So these are the old brake lines. Oh, no, don't go for that glove, buddy. Everything that hits the floor, a 1.5-year-old Labrador wants to go for, and he's actually trained fairly well for his age. Probably not perfect, but fairly well. So these are the brake lines that I pulled off of the truck, and they're in various shape and bits and things like that. And well, shape there's some uniqueness to the shape. So this one went to the ABS pump, and this goes to the back of the truck. So this was at the ABS pump. And you remember on the live stream yesterday, I talked about the fact that up there they had the stainless braided line that would allow flex between the frame and where the ABS pump is mounted. So this replacement piece here had what I had talked about doing, where you put a circular piece in the actual brake line. You bend a circle in there, because that way if you have that bending and contraction, and let's see if you can kind of see on this, it really transfers the springiness of that across this whole curve, rather than just bending a corner, and then you're focusing all of that vibration and shifting on a single piece, which you can fatigue the metal faster. So if we end up doing that, we'll probably do a similar thing like this, and put a circular relief in there, because I don't have anything to make that stainless braided line, and it's missing. Those lines are long gone. This truck has had some of the brake line replaced in the past. So for the piece that goes from the ABS pump all the way down the truck to the back, it goes on that inner frame rail right there, which is why we had to drop the gas tank out. And that's pretty much this piece right here. So if I'm correct, and this is bent, of course, from pulling it out, but I believe this union right here would attach to the end of that first piece I showed you, and would go along the frame rail and come out. Now when I pulled it out, it broke in 3 places. So this is actually the original line that was behind the fuel tank. So it broke right here. There's another piece here that was pretty much goes on that. And then it broke on the other end there. And then I believe this piece went on the other end. And there was another break right here that hasn't fully broken off yet. And I need to make this. And I just am not looking forward to it. So I can do it, and of course we can do it, but do I want to do it? No, I don't want to do it. I have really debated just going and ordering the brake line from Ford, because Motorcraft does remake that brake line. And honestly, looking at it now, it still seems like a good idea. So let's talk about something else then in the meantime, because there's still some lines before we put the fuel tank in. And that's really why we're stuck having to make this brake line. And I could even just make the back half of it. I'm debating, I think from the factory it was a single piece. It's one gigantic piece that runs from one end of the truck to the other. It's essentially 17 feet of brake line. Maybe not 17, but it's definitely over 10 feet. So it's a pretty sizable piece to get in there and to finagle into all of the right places, make sure you get all the bends right. And one of the problems with bending lines, and I'm going to use this as an example, is you have to think 3-dimensional. And I'll be honest with you, it doesn't always work well. So there's a lot of people who have like really good spatial acuity and stuff like that. Well, if you've got that, maybe you should get into the habit of forming your own brake lines, because you do very well. So take this piece for example. This is a relatively simple piece right here. It's got a 90-degree bend. Looks like about a 45 and a 45, and then it comes down like this, and then it's just straight. So all in all, it looks like a pretty simple piece. Well, if you turn it this way, things get a little more difficult, because this isn't too hard. You've got the 90 and then a 90-degree bend this way. That's a 45, if that makes sense. So you got to bend the tube this way, and then you got to rotate the tube and then bend this piece. And that's not too bad, but when you look at here, these bends, let me get it up on the camera here. Let me put this one down. These bends are slightly offset. So let me try to line this up with the camera so you can see. Which way do I go? Like that. Yeah. So if you see that, see how those are kind of bent like that? So this one, you have to put in a little bit of an angle on this bend as well, and then come down here, and then a reverse angle. So this sort of comes, because what it basically does is it hugs the frame rail, and then it comes out. So it actually goes this way on the frame. So imagine it on the back of the truck, goes in like that. So it hugs the frame rail, goes under that cross member. No, it goes, yeah, I think that's where it goes under the cross member, right here. And then it comes out, and then this is where you have a hose assembly that comes out. Let me show you the hose assembly. If I can find the hose assembly. Ah, here it is. It's good because I need it. So here is most of the hose assembly. Though actually this is the hose assembly that goes here. So what this does, this attaches here. And then this, so what this line is, this isn't brake line. This is actually the fuel evaporative emissions line. So what that is, if you're not too aware what that is, I know we got people hanging out who are at different stages of automotive mechanic stuff, as I am. So what that essentially is on a fuel tank, fuel has vapors. So fuel gives off vapor. And in the old days, fuel would just vapor into the atmosphere. So you'd have a gas cap and you'd have a vent line coming out, and any fuel vapors would just sort of go out into the world. And well, that's not really the best thing for the environment. So one thing that's developed over the years is capturing those vents, the vapor, and either putting some of it in a charcoal canister or having an evaporative emissions system where you can kind of recycle some of it. Some of the leftovers goes into the charcoal canister, et cetera. So on modern cars, you have a really sophisticated evaporative emissions system on the fuel tank, and that's essentially what this line is for. This one's probably not as intricate as something you'd see on like a 2019 or 2020 vehicle, but in this 2001, it did still have that with the charcoal canister and all the vent solenoids and stuff like that. So what these do, this hose actually connects to the top of the fuel tank, and there are two spots, because it's a very long fuel tank, where it collects fuel vapor and then sends it through the evaporative emission system. And that's one reason, actually, a lot of people recommend that, the whole idea of topping your fuel tank off, that, when you sit there and you do 30 or 40 pumps, you want to get every last drop. A lot of times you want to be very careful with that, because if you start going up the filler neck or really overfilling the tank, some designs of emissions or evap systems will allow raw fuel to get into these hoses and basically soak the charcoal canister and cause damage. I've never particularly seen one that had that happen, but I've heard of it. So it is something to be cautious about when you're filling up your fuel tank. So this is going to be fun too, because this hose is so degraded. So what we're going to do is we're going to replace this rubber hose, that we're going to replace this metal hose as well. One of the fun bits of doing a live stream is that I'm going to come over to my nice laptop here with hands that look like this. So fortunately, I do have some gloves I can put on. So got my gloves right here. So we'll try to use those a little bit and go forward. I do have some latex gloves. They are open, just so everyone knows. I know there's a big call right now if you have unopened packages of gloves to donate them for protective equipment. The only pack that I have is open, and that pack has been sitting out. It's got metal shavings in it from grinding because it's sat near the grinder. Nobody wants those, not for medical use. So, but I definitely understand if you've got unopened ones, there's a need for them. So, all right. So what would I show you next? So here is the replacement piece that we made, because I've already made that one. Now, I couldn't find a replacement to purchase for that, so I took a 3/8 line that I had left over from our Fox Body project, and then I recreated those bends, hopefully pretty well. And you can see I've got that same kind of angle in there. And this one was pretty simple. I actually made this one twice. I've got a dud somewhere around here I might have bent and thrown away, but I ended up doing this one twice. And you can see, too, it's not perfect. There's a little bit of an arc here from the bender, so when I test fit it to the frame, I'll tweak it and bend it a little bit. And the 3/8 tube this is steel tube. It's not nickel copper, which is a little easier to bend. This stuff's a little harder to work with. But what we're going to do, so one of the things that's probably one of the easier jobs that we've got is we're going to go ahead and take out this centerpiece here, which hopefully isn't bad. This is a plastic kind of diverter, like a, not a diverter, but like a T-fitting. So we're going to remove the old dry rotted hose here, which is just falling apart. And then we're going to transfer new onto that and hopefully just clean this up, put it on this hose, and then reinstall this and have our fuel tank vent system ready to go back in with all new rubber hose, all new steel line. So the only thing that I can say too that I did here is I put a bubble fitting, a bubble flare on the end of this, which I'll try to show you here, if that'll focus. Nope, it's not going to want to focus, but I'm sure we're going to do some flaring today. So what we'll do is we'll go over, I'll show you the Eastwood flaring tool that I use that I really like, and the difference between bubble flares and double flares. But that should work perfectly for our vent and work as a good replacement. So we're going to get that taken care of today as well. And then, of course, like I said, I've got to do that big line all the way to the back. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to do it in 2 pieces and put a union in the center. Shouldn't be an issue in doing that. In fact, a lot of aftermarket companies that make lines often do very similar. It makes shipping easier. They'll ship you a 2-piece line instead of a single piece. Even when you buy like the OEM one, they'll put a bend in the middle and like do a 180-degree bend to fit it in a smaller box. Because you imagine getting like a 12-foot long box and you know, you'd end up paying an overage charge just for the size of the box, even though the line itself doesn't even weigh a pound. You know, it's like 10 ounces of steel. So that's what we're going to do. I'm pretty sure we're going to end up with at least 2 pieces. And that's actually not too bad because this truck, like I said, has had some repair before. And hey, since I got a wireless mic, I can walk around and point. So up at the front of the truck is where we had the one line that I showed you, which was this one. And as you can see, it attached pretty much right at the very front of the fender, which you can't see in frame. And then it had a union right here, and it attached to the original line. The original line ran along the frame, and it ran all the way to about right here. And then about right here is where I lost the other piece, but there was another piece laying around here somewhere that went to the rear brake line right here. And that piece had been replaced. So this brake line from the original piece is because the age of this truck, and just what happens with brake lines, it had 2 sections that were replaced. So it was already a 3-piece brake line. What I'm hoping to do is replace it and make a totally brand new line and make it a 2-piece line with only a single union. And I don't know if I'm making things interesting or boring, but one thing that's kind of interesting about flares as you go forward is, and I see this because I used to do it, is because I think I even did one of these 10 years ago. You'll see like Teflon tape on the flare here because you're like, hey, I don't want it to leak, so I'm going to put Teflon tape. Well, the actual nature of these fittings with a double flare is the flare is what seals, not the threads. So I've learned over the years there's no point in putting tape on them or putting sealant on it. I even did it on the Mustang because it was just a force of habit. But if you make your flares properly and you have a good flaring tool and you buy good quality unions and stuff like that, you never have a problem with leaks. And as long as you're tightening it appropriately, you're good to go. The Teflon tape, you're just wasting your tape. And if you're leaking because you got a bad flare, the Teflon tape's not going to help you with the amount of PSI that a brake line gives. So like I said, it's not a problem to do it. It's not a bad thing. You know, it just don't have to. And I've learned that over the years. So, all right. I'm really just trying to avoid doing any work. All right, let's catch up with YouTube here. So let's see if the stream's working. So Tomby, at least you have the time. Yeah, and honestly, that's a good point. I'm very, very happy that I have the room in the shop, that I can leave this thing for weeks, and that I'm also not relying on driving it every day. Now, of course, it helps that we're in quote-unquote quarantine, so there's not much driving anyway. But this truck is an extra vehicle. It's going to be a work truck for us, but it's not a daily driver. So I've been pretty fortunate that I can be a slacker when it comes to working on it. And that's a luxury that is awesome when you have it. And for sure, it's not always been that way. There's been plenty of times I've had to work till 3, 4 in the morning just to get the car running go to work the next day. Especially when you start a project you think that is going to take 2 hours and it takes 13 hours or 27 hours. So I did a few weekends. I've had to borrow cars a few times too. So yeah, been there. So working on the non-daily driver. So that's why best project car is a non-daily driver. I mean, daily drivers are fun to work on, but they get stressful on Sunday nights. So let's see. Must be a distraction thing, looking for other things to do rather than the brake lines. Oh, you got it. Yeah, I don't feel like bending these brake lines today, but we're going to do it. I'll at least start on some of the simple stuff and work on some of the rubber lines first. So I think we're good on that camera. I'm going to move this one around. This is our kind of secondary one with a long USB cord. And I don't have like the mini HDMI, so this one only runs at 720, even though it should be 1080. But this webcam runs at 1080, so I don't get it. All right, Sharky, watch out, bud. All right, let's see if we can move our cart here. Go back to OBS so we can see what you're seeing. All right. So a lot of this today is just going to be playing with cameras and stuff like that as we do some work. So let's transition to this one. And we're going to give the pups a little treat. Come here, buds. Gwen? You gonna sit? Sit. Sit. Here you go. Go chew. Here you go. Good boy. Go on. Now go lay down. All right, so let's go ahead and get some stuff done. Clear a little space here. All right, so what I've got for our line is this giant coil of it's a PAC 425 steel line, and it's a 1/4 inch by 25 feet. So I can mess up at least 2 or 3 times if I don't make the entire line. That's another reason not to make the entire thing, because when invariably I do screw up, I'll be cutting it in half anyway and taking the good piece. So I might as well do smaller chunks. I look at it this way. If anyone has ever done any IT work, it's like agile projects. Do smaller chunks that you can actually succeed in rather than some giant project that'll blow up. So I don't have a tube straightener, but basically just come along here and slowly bend this stuff out. And that's pretty much what we're going to do. So before I go too much further, I need to move our camera so you can see, or set this one up. I hope the dogs don't trip on it. Actually, I'm going to make this the full tripod. One thing I don't like about YouTube is usually I'd have something playing in the shop here. You can't have any music going. It'll kick you off. All right, let's see if we can switch over to that camera real quick. All right, that's pretty good. And I'll move it around and make you all sick and dizzy. Actually, that looks about right. So the reason I'm doing this is I wanted to take a look at this piece again and try to remember how it actually goes, because I don't remember. And I believe it goes all the way under past our transfer case and then comes out through here. So I kind of want to just validate what piece goes under here. Yep, so there's a clip right here. So it looks like, hey, this is bent. So I'm going to try to straighten it. This thing bent when I was pulling it out, because basically the transfer case for the 4-wheel drive is under there, and I got to snake it through there. Oh, hang on a second. Something's yelling at me. Sorry, Gwen. My battery is running low. But my computer, oh, I never plugged the power in. Good thing I was paying attention. There we go. Oh, we won't lose our stream. Let me switch back over. All right, good thing I'm sort of paying attention. which is one reason I'm going to work a lot slower. Oh, here's that piece. Yeah. Here's the back half of the line that I took off. Oh, that's junk. Let me move these out of the way so they're not distracting the camera. This is either going to be a lot of fun and people are going to sort of enjoy it and have something to watch, or it's going to be so crazy that I'll be like, why did I do that? All right, so this should go under like this, and it looks like it would clip into that line fitting, and it should go into that one, but doesn't look like it's going to even get close. Maybe it goes up in there. So is that the right side? That's the big question. It could be this side as well. Let's try that. I never marked these when I took them out, and that's something. It's a good lesson. I mean, if you're working on a project like this, you're just working on it when you got time, and it's sitting in the shop, you're not relying on driving it. It's pretty easy to forget about stuff and make a mistake or forget what you worked on. This looks a little closer. Oh crap! I don't know. I should have figured this out before going live. Let's see. No, I'm pretty confident this is the other side. Might have to go under the truck. So I do apologize that the views aren't going to be perfect today because we're just doing the live stream with a couple cameras. But essentially I'm going to lay under the truck and I'm going to get a better view of how the other lines run up here. Because one nice thing you can see is all the fuel lines, which are stainless steel by the way and have no rust issues, follow a very similar path that this brake line does. So I can really mirror the bends in those to kind of make sure I'm doing the right bends. Oh, this makes more sense. So it juts out right here, and then it goes back in, which would be that. Oh. That would be that, though. Ah, yes. Okay, all right, I think we're getting somewhere. So that would go there, and then that would bend down. Well, still not an easy, simple one to figure out, so let's go up further. All right. Ah! Sorry, I don't know if you can see me, but I'm eating rust under here. All right, so let me go look at my parts again. Hey, you got my big bass hole hat again. Are you eating my hat? Oh, you're a good boy. Don't eat my hat. Eat your bone. All right, let me just put these up here and look at the sections I got again. All right, so this piece. Oh, this one. Yeah, this one actually, I believe, is the one that came up and went to this back section, which I just moved over here because I didn't want it blocking your view. Oh. I wonder why I put this off. Till literally I can't move forward without doing it. So. Ah, that's right, there's another piece. There's this piece. So this one, this is going to make a lot more sense now. At least it should. So I don't believe that's this, but I'm going to put it in just for fun. No. I really should have marked these when I took them off. I might have video taking them off. I might have to go back to that and look, but we'll figure it out. It's just taking time. This is the kind of stuff that I would edit out of a video and be like, hey, I'd probably mention it and say, hey, don't forget to label stuff when you take 4 pieces of brake line out. But this one, go here. Okay, this was like in the center. So that should line up with one of these. Nope. All right. Oh man, this is a mess. Okay. I'll tell you what would be a lot easier is if I just had bought the Motorcraft line, because it would be preformed and it would only fit one way. So instead of being preformed in 7 pieces. All right, let's take a look at our brakes and line them up. See, that does not match, but this does. Yeah, that actually lines up perfectly. So now I know that these 2 pieces go together. I'm going to take my marker, I'm going to take my paint pen, and I'm going to just draw, I don't know if I'm on camera or not, but I'm going to draw some yellow paint on the ends of these brakes. And that tells me that the yellow will go together. So these 2 pieces butt together, and I'll probably try to get some masking tape on them to hold them. This is why this is going to take way too much longer than it should. By the way, paint pens are an awesome thing to have in the shop, and there are purpose-made paint pens that cost like $7, $8 US per pen. And I found this pack of Sharpie ones that cost like $5 for 5 of them, so like $1 each. And they look like they're quite a bit smaller, but they work just as well. They're oil-based, and you get 5 different colors in one pack, so they're pretty handy. Of course, you got to get them started. So this is a white one. Hold it down, so it's kind of a push pin thing. And as we find the next piece of this line, I'll go ahead and mark it. Almost there. This is one reason I've kind of not really live streamed much before, because I know that most of it's going to be me making a paint pen work. So it's like invisible paint pen ink. It's getting there. Close enough. All right. So we marked off this one, which goes on the end of this one. So we've got those 2 pieces lined up. Let's take a look at our other pieces we got. So we have this one right here. This is got a break right here that looks like it's going to match up perfectly. Yep, I'm sure I'm far enough away that you can't really see that, but that matches up. So these 2 ends go together. Put some white paint on that one, and white paint on this one. I'll be able to match those up later on. This is what I really should have done when I took them off, is labeled them so I knew how these lines went together. And honestly, since we all have smartphones and cameras and digital cameras, I should have just laid out the brake line and then gone ahead and put it in. So let's vibrate. Work phone. Okay, that's fine. All right. So we've got these 2 pieces. We know where they go. They go basically right off the back of this main line. And this main line, I'm fairly confident, goes all the way up at the front and is where our line that goes into our ABS pump attaches. which would not be this one. This is the line. I'm pretty sure this is the hand-formed line that I found in the back that went here and came up into there, or went, I think there was 2 pieces up at the front. So I'm not quite there on that one yet. We'll figure that one out in a second. This is our ABS pump. I know that because of how this is and that it's got this bend, and I did cut it. The reason I cut this off is because at the ABS pump it uses a metric fitting. So I wanted to check what thread it was, and it was just easier to run around with the fitting rather than the whole line. So, well, I can tell you one thing. These 2 unions don't go together, so I know that there is a piece that goes between this line and this one, and that should be this right here. So, pretty sure I can line these up just by how these look. How deep they go in. All right. Oop, oop. I believe it goes like this. The amount of grease on these 2 fittings looks identical, and the condition of the line in between looks identical. So I'm going to roll with that. And then this would probably actually go down. Because what this does, it goes up to our ABS pump, comes down along the frame rail, and then it juts from the top of the frame rail. It goes over, down, and then back into the inner piece of the frame rail. So that should be that. And then that would line up with this piece right here, which continues that trajectory. So I'm going to go ahead and screw this one in. So I say. Again, I really should not have taken these apart and left them apart for what has probably actually been 3 or 4 weeks at this point. Okay, and then obviously that is bent. So our line sort of goes like this. The hand-formed pieces don't quite match the factory, so again, more reason that I should just go buy a factory line for this. And then we have the piece that goes to the back. So we'll put that there. And then along the back, we have this piece and this piece. And then this new piece that's breaking right now. So we will get one of our old paint pens. This is a blue one. It might not show up as well, but it's good enough to see since that one's about to break. Good. And let's get some tape. So what I'm going to do, oh, this stuff's so nasty, there's no way this tape's going to hold. I don't think it really matters. I know where they go, but essentially put that back together. I'm going to throw the tape away, I don't need it. More of a visual than anything else to kind of show you how the brake line goes. So now I kind of understand how this all goes. So I know for a fact that this is the piece that goes to the back. And I have one more piece that I lost, which I am going to find so I can validate it and show you. And I apologize if this is boring. Hopefully if you're just wanting to hang out, you got nothing else to do, you can hang out and find some enjoyment. So otherwise, I'm sure there's plenty of other cool things to do. But anyway, this piece right here went along the back, and I remember because I cut it when I was this would be a take if I was doing video for YouTube and not a live stream. All right, take 2. So this piece right here, I would basically, I had cut it and folded it over on itself because we blew a brake line in the back very early on in this project, which told me I needed to look at the brake lines in the first place. And then I ended up cutting this piece off completely, again, to check what fitting sizes, and I got rust encapsulator platinum all over it. So this one came and originally did have a fitting that went in there, and then it looped up, because this was like an aftermarket piece that was pre-formed or pre-cut. So a lot of times if you don't have a flaring tool, you can just go to the parts store and buy sections of tube with the fittings already installed and the flares done. And that's fine, except if you need 6 inches of line and all they have is an 18-inch piece, then you do what what this has on it, which is a loop. So that's why it's really good to have a flaring tool, and you can custom make your own lines. So this line had come up from the bracket here and was kind of sitting up here, had this piece in it, and then it attached into the rear brake hose in the back here. And I'll go check the camera views and see if that is something you can see. But now I know for sure this is the one that goes under this cross member, goes into this holder right here, and then up into this bracket right here, and then off to the side. So this piece I'm pretty confident on. It's in 6 pieces, but I'm confident of it. That then tells me that the next piece would be this one, which would pick up right about here and would match fairly well with the pieces here. So it looks like it would go right about here. And that's perfect. That's awesome. So this is exactly what we're looking for. So this piece lines up perfectly with the bends in the fuel hose right here. This piece right here, if I angle it just perfectly, it lines up right. And then it juts into that bracket right there, comes down a little bit, so it cuts out of the way of these flexible pieces of the line, and then it comes up. Now, here's where we're going to have a little bit of issue. I really do want to tape these together or braze them somehow, because remember we talked about the 3D kind of spatial thing? Like, I really want to understand how these angles go. And I can definitely see how these attach based on how they broke. You can line them up like a puzzle, but they're so greasy and stuff that you can't put any tape on them. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go over to our wire wheel brush on our grinder, and I'm going to try to clean one of these edges up and see if I can get a tape on it. Do I have to? No. Is it probably a good idea? Maybe. We'll see. If I'm on camera, I guess I got to have my safety here. So. Oh, got to plug it in. Sharky's not a big fan of loud noises. I don't know how sure he is of the angle grinder. So it's done. Let's see. Up too far away to see the line. Sorry about that. I know I worked for a while without showing you. Let me switch. Transition to here. So sorry about that. Like I said, we'll learn as we go along. I had a feeling that might be the case. That camera's got like a wide view on it, so it's not really the best. All right, so these, just hit them up on the grinder a little bit just to clean them up. And the idea is that I want to be able to puzzle this together, which is still going to be hard to see on here because I don't think it's going to focus very well. But I can sort of puzzle these together and see exactly how they fit. And that gives me the angles that those bends are. So when I looked at this, I actually thought it just jutted out at first like that, but it turns out it juts out at about a 60-degree angle to the other one. So And that's going to need like a white background for you to see a little better. So hold it. Everything's reversed on the screen, so it's a little hard to do that. Still a little hard to see. Lines aren't the easiest thing to spot on a YouTube video. But let me get some tape. Am I going to be on camera? Yeah. So we'll be a little far away here for a second, but let me grab masking tape again, see if that's going to do it. If not, I'll have to go dig for some duct tape. Puzzle together. There it is. So I'm going to try to line these up. Should probably put this in the vise, but the vise is out of camera frame. Oh, that's good for it. And I got grease all over the tape, so it isn't going to hold. Really should just braze it together, but I'm too lazy to get my brazing kit out. What are you eating now? Where did you find this stuff? I'm eating a hat. Another hat. Okay, let's see. Let me find some good tape here. I'm going to go off frame for a little bit. And I found my duct tape, and I was reaching for it, and I felt something else, and I found this invisible tape. And get it? Sorry. Camo joke? Does this work anymore? All right, here we go. And sorry, I can't see the comments on the screen, so I'll take a break at some point and pop back and catch up on them. Didn't want to do that. All right. If anything works, this will work. That worked. Worked fairly well. Let's see. So that's pretty close, I think. That looks further off than I remembered, but we'll be able to tweak it when we put it on the car, but that's going to at least hold those pieces together so they're the way they want to go, and that's a little bit closer. So let me do the next section on it, which was over here somewhere, is this one. I'm thinking about doing another 3-piece line. That should be this one? Nope, that would go on this end. Let me roll you a little closer. How's that look? Not too bad. All right. So our next piece would go right here. And I'm going to try to do this with just the duct tape's a little stronger adhesive, so I think we're fine. Put some on here. Nope. Too greasy. Let me grind it down really quick. Some would say I'm just wasting time. You'd be correct. There we go. And why do I say I'm wasting time? Because in all honesty, if I have half a brain, I should be able to figure out how these go without taping them back together. I think I'm just putting off doing it. At the same time, I think there is some value in me doing this for myself, because I can tell you from experience, I sometimes just have trouble visualizing the bends until they're on. So, and that's so floppy. And this is a hand-pieced, no, this one was a stock original, so this is fine. So taking these little ties here and putting them in adds a little bit of rigidity. So it's debatable if I'm just wasting time or if this will be helpful. Weekends are all about wasting time though, so I don't really mind. So we're kind of looking at something like this, but that now looks incorrect. So we'll tweak it as we go, but this should give us what we need to at least start on that half of the truck. So before I do any hard work, I think it's time for a break. So let's take a look at what we got going on YouTube here. Let's see, what would be better for the connection, longevity, brazing, or so, let's see, mirror setting on the camera. Oh, yeah, no, you're right, Tom. Yeah, I don't think the camera's got things backwards. Looking at the live stream, I think it's how it like shows it in the preview. So yeah, maybe I'll flip it and that'll make it easier, because like the way you think it should go, it is mirrored. So if I mirror it intentionally on the preview, it might make it easier for me. So brazing would really just be to, this line's never going to be used again to carry fluid, but in terms of getting the angles right and having a template, brazing wouldn't be a bad thing. There is another thing that I like to use for templates. Let me show you. And this is what we're going to probably end up using quite a bit of. Let's see, switch back over here so you can see, or so I can see. This is got this from Harbor Freight, which is, for those who aren't in the US, is our cheap tool store. And this is a TIG welding rod. And this is a pack of, gosh, probably 25 of them. I don't even think they tell you how many are in here. It's by weight. But these things are great. $8, and you get like 25 or 30 of these things. They're about, yeah, about what, a meter long, something like that. And what you can do with these things is they're bendable. You can bend them by hand, and they hold their shape. So what you can do, and say I get this on the bench kind of where I want it, I can come along here and I can make some of these bends by hand, some of the more complex ones. So I'll give myself some room. So I'll come up like that, and I'll bend over there, and I'll bend right. So on that one, it like kind of go a little further here, and then it looks like it comes up right here. Hey, Sharky, what are you doing? Don't eat the Spitfire. Come on now. And then it comes down here. So that kind of mirrors the factory bend a little bit there. And then I can bend like this. And then right here. And then it comes down like this. Goes like that. And it goes up. And then it goes straight. And then it's got a little bit of a bend right here. So unfortunately, they're not super long, but the nice thing is I just bent that by hand, and it actually has a lot of the angles pretty close. And taking this and twisting the rod to get the right 3D angles is actually pretty simple. So going in and working with this under the truck, kind of getting it the way that we want it, and then coming out and bending the line to match it is fairly easy. And when it gets out of shape like this, I just bend it straight. It's all by hand, nice and simple. So I can kind of mirror what we're doing on this line and then go in there and do it. So that's kind of my options that I'm faced with today. I think one of the things I'm grappling with is making this complex line. This is a pretty difficult line, all things considered. I mean, this is a pickup truck that's got an 8-foot bed. You'd think it would be 8 feet a straight line and just attach in. And we could certainly do that, but I'm trying to attach it to all the factory points. And I mean, just look at the amount of bends that are in this line so that it can wiggle around and match every factory piece in the frame. So it's actually a fairly complicated line for what it is. You actually think it would be simpler. And I'd like to get rid of this union and literally go all the way to that back piece there. So what we may end up doing, let me rotate this. Whoops, rolling away. So what I might end up doing is taking some of this welding rod and then come in here, get it underneath. I know it's going to come up in here and then go this way. This actually is good. This is a nice straight line, so I know, whereas before it had that kind of curly Q thing because it had a replacement piece. This is a straight shot that I can actually hand form or bend after the fact, and then I could final trim it. So if I come in here and I make this bend, I now know that I pretty much need another foot off of here of line, another 12 inches or so, and then just cut it. And since it's a straight piece, I can flare it later in the Eastwood tool pretty easily. So this piece, I'm pretty close to having confidence in it being done and ready to form. Things get a little more difficult when we start going that way. So, all right, I'm going to take a 2-minute break here. And we'll be right back. I'll tell you what, before I do that, let me just check, see if there's any new comments here. A friend that runs a muffler shop uses the expired ones. I give him the shape for exhaust systems. That's a good idea, actually. Yeah. All right, folks, I will be right back. All right, we should be back. Sorry about the delay there. So we are going to continue with our brake line work here, but one of the things I want to do, because it's easier, and I'm still on camera here, it's easier, it's a little more fun, and I need to actually make sure I know where this sits and have all the lines run, is go ahead and replace that evap line we were talking about earlier. I might as well go ahead and get that mounted, make sure it fits. And one of the things is I know, and I remember this from a couple weeks ago, the line itself, where did I put it? I'll find it. Here it is. This line is actually smaller in diameter than the original line because it's all I had. So I don't want it to wiggle around in the fitting, so I'm going to put some heat shrink on it before we get any fuel in it. So I'm going to look at where this lines up because this is going to dictate how I run my fuel lines a little bit. Because this goes like this. Oh, let me switch to this camera because we are getting some work done. There we go. You can kind of see there. A big bass hole. He's got my bass hole hat again, but he's not eating it. He's just playing with it, so that's okay. So this line comes up through here, and it attaches, looks like in, let me move this rag out of the way. It attaches in here. I hope these move because these are at a weird angle. And it goes into this. Where does it go in? Looks like it goes up top. Yeah, so it goes in here. And then it goes in that one. I don't think it's going to flop around in there very much. And then it comes up where it goes into this one. Just like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark with my paint pen where these go. So about right there. That one's going to go right about there. And this one will clip in right about there. The reason I'm doing that, I'm going to get some pretty big heat shrink. And I'm going to put some heat shrink on those areas and maybe even double it up, use a heat gun. And that'll put some protectant where it goes in and has abrasion against those pieces because I don't want to damage the line over time. Again, I'd probably take this a little further than I need to. Do you have to do that? Probably not, but am I going to do it? Yeah. So bear with me as I turn the camera here. I'm going to go dig for some heat shrink. All right, what do we got? What do we got? Miscellaneous wires. Ah, should be in this one. So fortunately, I've got a pretty good stash of heat shrink tube and connectors from doing wiring jobs and buying bulk. It's way cheaper to buy this stuff in bulk. What you doing, bud? You end up with, and by the way, I love these little pencil cases for stuff like that. You end up with tons of these little sections of it, and they cost a few bucks, whereas you go to the parts store and you buy 12 inches of it, and it costs the same amount. So, much rather have this. Doo-doo. Let's go here. Let's see how that looks. That looks good enough. All right. So, by the way, this is our fuel tank straps that we cleaned up. They are good enough. Luckily, we didn't have to replace them. That was another 80 bucks that we didn't have to spend. So I just basically cleaned them up, sanded them down, primed and painted them with some black, used the same caliper paint. I'll show you what I used. Probably very similar to like trim clad, except it's got a little bit of heat resistance. Resists heat up to 900 degrees F Fahrenheit. So it's good for calipers. So this is designed, it's going to have some a little more strength than a regular rattle can, but probably still not perfect. All right, let me get my heat gun. There's the heat gun. This is precisely why I hate editing YouTube videos when you work on cars, because I'm usually more efficient than this. I think because I'm on live stream and I'm kind of just wanting to hang, not work, because I'm doing a job I don't want to do. I think there's a lot more where I'm just taking my time. But when you do a lot of this stuff, you end up with hours of boring stuff on video to go through and try to cut out the good stuff. All right, let me find the right size here. And hey, you all know I leave the boring stuff in anyway. So, all right, hopefully this is going to shrink enough. I want it to shrink enough, but I need it to get over there. So let's see if we can even make this bend. Yep, that'll make it. All right, let's find out if it'll shrink enough. The rest of them can go the other way. So again, the whole purpose of this is to put like a bit of a rubber coating on there to increase the external diameter so it fits into the factory mount a little tighter. Keep it from bouncing around when we're hitting bumps, which we will. And then give a little more abrasion resistance against our coating and our steel line. Okay. I love heat shrink tubing. I don't know why, it's just so fun to watch. See if I can bring the camera a little closer for you. How does that look? Hey, that looks pretty decent. I'm going to move this so I can see it. Make sure we're actually still streaming. Okay, cool. We don't have a lot of viewers, which is totally fine because this is probably a travesty. But for those of you who are hanging out, hopefully you're enjoying it. So we'll let that cool, and we can always double up on that and get a little bit thicker on it. In the meantime, let's go ahead and feed a couple more of these on. So I'm going to cue one up to go on there, right there, so I can, once that one cools off a bit. And I wanted to do 2 more here. My attachment points were. Cue an extra one for that one. Let's do this one next. And move the rest of my heat shrink out of the way of my heat gun. And then there we go. Sweet. Okay, we're going to do this piece right here. See, isn't heat shrink just, it's got to be fun though. I love watching it. It's got to be fun to watch. Come on, watch this. Heat shrink is awesome stuff. I should spend some time one night and look up who invented it and the history of it, because I'm weird. But cool thing about heat shrink is that you usually use it on electrical stuff because it basically, it does exactly what it says. You apply heat to it and it shrinks, sometimes 2 to 3 times its original diameter. And as it shrinks, it just seals whatever you're working on, and is a lot better than like electrical tape, which you wrap around a wire connection and the adhesive can fail over time and come off. This is a lot more permanent, it's a lot more waterproof. They even make some where as it heats, the inner stuff is coated and it'll melt and have more of an adhesive effect. So there's all kinds of different heat shrink out there, and it's really handy for that. It's also handy for what we're doing here, which is just adding some abrasion resistance on this line and expanding the outer diameter a little bit. Nice. So if you can kind of see there, we've now got 2 of these layered, and we've got pretty good amount there. I'm going to go ahead and do this one next. And when we're done, I'll bring over the other line, and we'll compare and see if we match the OEM line size, which means it's going to fit perfectly into our factory fittings. And you might be wondering too, if you're replacing this line that's smaller than the factory, are you going to have any issues with the evaporative system not getting enough volume? I don't believe that's the case at all. Shouldn't be an issue. In fact, the lines that come off the original one appear to be 3/8 inner diameter that were just stretched over the metal tube, so you shouldn't be causing any issues. Okay, last one. Good thing this bulk stuff is cheap. Another reason I wanted to do this before I ran any fuel through it, even fuel vapor is worse than fuel in terms of explosivity. There we go. All right. Back this up a little bit. Hot melt glue lined heat shrink. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That stuff's awesome. I'm reading the comments, by the way, if you're wondering, when I walk over to the computer to check cameras. All right. Yeah, this camera's got like a wide view on it. You can see how it distorts the view of the workbench there. All right, let me get the original line real quick and compare it. Here it is. Block the camera. Okay, so here's the original one. And got my caliper, which piece of junk caliper that I lost the battery cover for, so I got to hold it very carefully. All right, let's see here. Our original line at a sort of non-rusty spot, 11.22 millimeters, and our double heat shrink line, 11.38 millimeters. It's actually pretty darn close. And considering this fit in, and where I look at where it actually was clipped into the lines, it's even more rusty than any other place. Yeah, we should be golden. So this is actually smashed here. I don't know if you can see that. I don't know when that happened. That's compressed. All right, good. This is now officially junk. So our heat shrink worked out awesome. We're going to have abrasion protection, and we're going to go ahead and be able to clip this in. Let's go ahead and do that. This is actually working out really well. One thing, look at this. He's just chilling. I don't think you can see Gwen on the chair over there. Hey, Gwen. She's asleep. You can see her head popping up. So, all right. That's probably about it. Well, maybe if I come a little further towards Sharky. Let's see how that looks. Yep, it's going to be a little far away, but that's about as good as it'll get. All right, so I'm going to come in here and see if this matches up the way we want it to. See if we can go ahead and clip it in. Yep, good. And good. And perfect, right in the top of this one. So there is our evap line, right where we want it to be. So that's awesome. So the next thing I wanted to do was recreate some of this. So this, I'm pretty sure, went like that, right on the edge of that. Came up into our tank. And then this piece, this hose ran all the way to, oh, right here. I have it capped off. This is the rest of the evap line right here. It actually has some black paint on it, so it's a little hard to see, but I've got a vacuum cap on it. So I only have to go a little bit further. So we're in pretty good shape. So what I'm going to do is grab some pliers. This stuff's gross. I'm going to put my gloves on if I can find them. Cool. I lost them already. Oh, no, here they are. So that's just natural rubber line over time, degrades. Stuff's almost 20 years old at this point, and it's been in a pretty harsh environment. All right, so I don't feel like walking to the other toolbox. I'll see if I can get them off with this. So I just want to take these off. These spring clips that everybody hates. I'm not too fond of them either. I'm going to go get the right pliers. These are literally the correct pliers, because these are the fancy things that you're supposed to use on these, which does help a little bit. So these have a little bit of a better grip on them. And as you compress, they stay put. Okay. There we go. So that one's off. So I'm not trying to get all these off. I just want to get this middle piece out and then clean it up and see if it's salvageable, which I hope it is. I'm a little worried because it's plastic, and depending on the type of plastic, it might be very brittle and screwed up. And in that case, I know I don't have a big enough T-fitting to go here, so I'm going to have to figure something out. But, oops, upside down. These spring clamps off. Just like that. So then release it. And let's see. I think I'm going to cut them off. Oh, razor blade, where did I put you? Here's one. Okay, so normally I would just use pliers and cut these off, but let's see. I think you can see what I'm doing. And I'm going to cut them with this razor blade because I'm trying to protect this plastic piece, and I really don't want to put a bunch of twist motion on it if it is starting to get brittle. So it actually looks pretty good, and it's black plastic, which I think is a little more resilient. Good deal. Good deal. Look at that. All right, so this is what we wanted to save. And this will come out of that hose like that. So what I need to do is then go get a small piece, come in here and do that. Was anyone paying attention which end any of these came off of? No. 'Cause I wasn't. Pretty sure this was that end. We don't have to worry. We just have to get it close, because what we're going to do is run the line later. We'll run it long enough that we can trim it. So I just want to get this piece and make that connection. So all I got to do is, there's a section about this long that I need to make with this in the middle. So I'm just going to get some 3/8 tube. I'm going to get some new clamps. I'll either use screw clamps or replacement spring clamps. And then we're going to make that piece, and then I'll make a section of tube that's probably another 6 inches longer than this, and put it on. So let me grab some parts. I'll flip our camera around. I can go and get some parts. All right, so what we're going to get, by the way, this wireless audio, I'm going to keep an eye on. Okay, we're down to 2 battery bars left. Eventually, it's probably going to cut out if we do this for 3 or 4 hours. All right, hose. So we got a hose in this one. Okay, so in here I've got some hose we're going to need today. So this is 1/4 inch line. This is 5/16, which we're going to need later. And here is 3/8, 25 feet of 3/8. So we're going to want our 3/8 bulk. Let's see if I have a smaller piece of 5/16. Let's see, I've also got 7/16 in diameter, but I think that's too big. So we're going to try to do it with the 3/8, which will definitely fit what we're doing. Here's some fuel line clamps. which we might use because those are really nice. All right, so that's all we need for now. That. See, I try to be organized. It's just hard to put things away. All right, so small parts in this bin. I've got a box of clamps. So in here I got various spring clamps. And then I've got on the wall, I've got a clamp holder. I've got just standard worm clamps. All right, let me turn you around. The old tripod here. That's probably good enough. Okay, so I'm going to use our truck as a workbench. Get rid of some of the stuff that we don't need. So I do have some various size spring clamps. And you can buy a lot of stuff in bulk online, which is handy. These bags all came in a $10 kit of various spring clamps of different sizes. And these are really handy for like small vacuum lines, your windshield washer lines, where you don't necessarily want to have the bulk of a worm clamp. So I don't mind spring clamps if they're used for the right thing. In this particular application, I'm looking in my spring clamp assortment. And I don't really have too many of the larger ones. I don't really have, I mean, this looks like it would fit more of a 5/16 line. And honestly, I can spring clamp it with my hand. This is not a pressure line, but it's still something that I'm going to want a fair bit of spring tension. Here's a bigger used one and got a lot of spring tension to it. So I'm either going to use straight up worm clamps, or I can use, because I can always pick more of these up as we go, these nice kind of screw clamps here. Now these are good as long as you can get them in a spot where you're not going to be rubbing against another line or an electrical connection, and get them in here. And I think this one, if we mount it like that, screw it in towards the frame, we should be fine. So that's what I have in this box here as well. More of these. These are for 3/8 line. I got a whole assortment of them. So I think that's what we're going to use as opposed to a worm clamp, if you're curious. And again, we got different folks who are at different stages. This would be what we call a worm clamp. So what this does, these kind of diagonal lines that are cut into this stainless steel band, as you turn the screw, it basically pulls the clamp tighter. Now what you find with these is that eventually you try to tighten them really, really tight, and a couple things happen. Number one, they dig into the hose a little bit more with these openings. And the second thing is eventually the screw itself will start to slip or strip out this inner piece. So for a real critical connection, I'm not a huge fan of these, especially because nowadays everything is just, the quality of a lot of stuff is dropped if you're just buying, I just said buy bulk because it's cheaper, but some of the quality is not there. So for a more critical, like a fuel line connection, this stuff is a little bit nicer because you have a standard band with no holes in it. They have beveled edges, so the edges are beveled down, but it's probably very hard to see on that camera, I apologize. So it doesn't dig into the hose, and it has a piece that goes over top, and you get a more consistent pressure. And then it uses a small nut, square nut and bolt here, so you actually get more clamping torque on these without damaging the line as much. So for fuel lines, those are a lot more better. They'll handle a higher pressure, and they're a little lighter on the rubber line. So now, if you're doing fuel injection stuff, I don't even know if I'd want to use these for fuel injection. I used them on the Mustang because we're running about a 4.5, 6 PSI max on our fuel pump. So I was comfortable using those, and that's nothing. That's fine for these. You know, these are, people tell you, oh, these are fuel injection hoses, so that's, 45, 50, 60 PSI. But in all reality, at that point, do what the manufacturer's doing. They're using braided line, they're using different connections. That's when you start using stuff like AN fittings and Earl's fittings and things like that. I would personally, if it were me, I'd want to invest in something a little better than these cheap clamps. But these cheap clamps that are designed for fuel injection, this is what I like to do with cheap parts. I like to downgrade them to the next thing. So if you buy something that's perfect, that advertises good for fuel injection, well, it's going to be really good for fuel vapor line. So it's going to be excellent for that. All right, let me get my cutter, if I can find it. I'm gonna have to get another toolbox out. One of the hassles of being organized is being too organized. All right, let's see if it's in this one. Sorry, I didn't move the camera. Yeah, good enough. I'm gonna make some of you cringe with my misuse of tools. I actually have a second one of these, but it's in the house because I had to run some coax line, and I grabbed what was handy for cutting and making coax. But what I'm going to use is this line right here. This is a 3/8 line. I'm going to just test fit it to make sure. It's going to be a tight fit, but it should get on there. It's going to have a nice natural tightness to it. And what I can do is grab our caliper. I can double check this on our inner diameter. So I didn't do it yet. So I'm going to switch to inches. And, so 0.30 is our inner diameter. Oh man, what's 3/8? That's like 375. So that's like a 3/8 inner diameter. Let's see what the outer diameter of this is. 470. So this is actually probably a 7/16 hose originally, but that's not going to go too well on our 3/8 line here, but it'll get over our bubble flare a little easier. So what we might do, let's check this line. Gonna cut it, because I don't want to check it where it's already been flared out. So we're just going to cut it right down the center. Double check our size here. The point is I have the 7/16 line. I might as well use it. I'm not worried about the 3/8 restriction. Again, I don't think we're going to have any issue there. Okay. 0.405 inches. So this is probably more like a 7/16 hose. So let me grab our 7/16 line, and that'll probably just be easier. We're going to clamp it anyway on our 3/16 hose, so we shouldn't have a problem. This is the nature of things, you know, I'm using what I got in the shop. I don't want to order 7/16 steel line just for a couple feet. I'm pretty confident we're not going to have an issue, so we're going to roll with it. So So I do a lot of work on other people's cars, a lot of times helping family and friends out. Lately, hasn't been too many, but one of the things that I often do is when I need to fix something for someone, I'll buy a bulk piece of line like this, and then it gives me something good to use later on. Or if people are like, hey, you know, what can I give you? Say, hey, go to my wish list. I got some line, 25 bucks, you can get 25 feet. A lot cheaper than going to the parts store where they charge you like 10 bucks a foot for this stuff. Yeah, 7/16 is going to work perfectly. And we shouldn't have an issue. This will go over our bubble fitting just fine. In fact, it'll go over a lot easier and that'll work perfectly. And we'll put one of these nice clamps on it. The big question now is this clamp going to work on the bigger outside diameter of the hose? What we're going to do is have to unwind one of these. It's the worst workbench ever. I got one that's already done in my clamp box. In case you're wondering, I had never really thought about doing live streams because I figured it would devolve into this, which is basically me being lazy and working as slow as possible and talking like incoherently. Yep, that should work. So I should still be able to use these 3/8 clamps. So let me just make sure these are the right size. Ooh. I don't know. This one will go up to 5/8. So we might end up using standard worm clamps on here. Again, this is not a pressure hose, so I'm going to use what I got, and we'll go that way. Yeah, these are 14 to 16 millimeter, but they'll work for 3/8. I don't know if that's going to work. This one's expanded pretty good. So this is exactly what I have in the other box. Yeah, it's a bit too tight a fit. I'm not sure if I'm going to want to use these, but we've got plenty of small worm clamps that we'll use. All right, let's go ahead and get started on this. Let's get it knocked out. So our first section that we want, we're going to make about that long. Go ahead and cut it. So when I made mention of misusing tools, this is a cable cutter, and it does a really good job of cutting, like if you make custom battery cables or heavy gauge stuff. It also works really well at cutting hose. Again, I have a fair number of tools, but I don't think I have a big hose cutter. So this works perfectly. So does a razor blade, but this gets a nice straight cut on it. So, all right, so we're going to go ahead and put this one here. Okay, let me grab one thing. Did want to clean this a little bit first. I'm not going to put brake clean or anything on it because brake clean's going to do more harm than good. So I'm just going to put a little silicone spray on it. Kind of clean it up just a tad. Because why not? You got it out. And it's Sunday afternoon. We're just chilling. That same silicone spray is going to help me slide this on a little easier. All the way in. Just like that. And then this piece will slide onto there. So we're going to want to line our clamps up. So let me walk over to my clamp assortment over here, which is probably going to be off camera. I apologize. And we're going to do some straight up worm clamps on this one. This will work perfectly. All right, so here's the worm clamps that we're going to use. They're kind of thin, simple ones, nothing difficult. So this one, I'm going to actually put it on, orient it correctly. So this will come off like that. It juts up. So I'm going to put my worm clamp here. The whole idea being I don't want anything to contact the other lines. So I'm going to start tightening it down. This line is actually tight enough on these fittings that the clamps probably don't need that much force at all. So in good shape. Get you lined up right. That should work fine. All right, that's not going anywhere and that's not leaking. So this is going to go like that. Now we need another piece. So I'm going to probably put it on about 1.5 inches. So I'm going to need to go about the same distance. I'm going to need that much line. Don't move your hand. Uh-oh, where's the line? All right. Got it close enough. Right there. Now with this rubber line, one thing to learn is that you can't use it for everything, unfortunately. Not all rubber line is the same. There's different makeups of rubber. See, I should put this one over here and the one I'm using on my workbench. So a good example, there's, I think the term is Derale or Derale. It's D-E-R-A-L-E, I believe it is, which is line that you would use for like transmission fluid. This is actual fuel line. It's this is for PVCC and fuel line hose. This is not for fuel injection. So it is a braided internal hose, so it can handle a certain amount. And usually you can look at it. The one thing that you see is that it should have an SAE rating. So this is SAE 30R6. So you can actually look up that SAE spec and it'll give you information on what type of fluids and what type of pressures you can use that hose for. So that's very handy because it's not compatible with certain fluids. So a good example is SA30R R6 is not going to be compatible with transmission fluid. So if I wanted to replace some transmission cooler lines, and I got the new metal lines and I had the little rubber pieces I had to do, I could not use this hose for that. It would probably work, but eventually it would start to have problems and degrade. The fluid would actually degrade it. And that makes sense because ATF is actually a detergent, which means that it has some properties of, well, being a detergent, but that can also cause damage to certain things like these rubber lines if they're not the right material. All right, so there we go. That'll go there, that'll go there. That's perfect. Let's line this one up exact same way. This is much more fun than forming that horrible brake line, which is probably going to end up being one of these, like, I just hang out late in the shop, turn on some music, and get that line made. I'm very glad that I can distract myself from doing that with this. But I can feel good that this has to go in before the fuel tank as well, and the lines need to be ready and be properly installed. So, all right, that's nice and tight. And then the final piece, which I did cut a little bit, cut this section right here. I need to get a piece that's that long, approximately. Plus, I'm going to give it another few inches because I've got bulk line, I've got extra, and that way I can trim it and route it how I want when I'm putting the fuel tank in. All right, so we'll cut that piece. Screw that up. Let's go ahead and attach it. Sorry, I haven't checked comments or anything like that. I don't even know if the stream broke. I'm too busy yanking this thing together. I don't even know if I'm on camera. No, I am. Now you can't see what I'm doing, but you can see my face. That's not an improvement, probably. If you can't have fun, what else is there? Come on now. Get on there. Yeah, I don't know how I would have got that 3/8 line on there. This is definitely 7/16. It's a good thing that I checked. All right, so this is going to end up going like that. This will come up and go to the first piece of our fuel tank, the first vent, and then there's a rear vent, which is why you have this piece here. So let me get a couple more clamps. We're going to need one for this side, and one for here, and then eventually we'll need one on the other end. Okay, do I have the exact ones? These will work. Got a couple more. Let's go ahead and get this one lined up. So we're going to line this one up like that. Hopefully these don't interfere with anything. They shouldn't. But we'll find out when we go to put it in. Said I do not want to reuse these spring clamps that were on it. They're so rusty. Just as soon put some worm clamps on and be done with it. Unfortunately, I'm out of the larger fuel injection ones. I used to have the bigger ones that went up to 5/8 size, but I appear to have used them up. And again, what we're doing here is fuel vapor. It doesn't matter. It's going to be good enough as it is. All right, so that's going to be fine. That's going to stay out of the way. I'll be able to bend this so it doesn't touch anything. We're golden. Now, how do I want these to go? These, I'd like fitting to go that way. So I'm going to put it on like that. Same with this one. Put it on like that. Get those staged and ready. I'm going to grab a cutter. So I've got this to cut. Take off that vacuum cap. Vacuum caps are wonderful when you're capping stuff off. These little rubber caps. Keeps dirt and debris out, especially on a project that you're going to have going for a little while. All right, now we're going to make our connection. Let me move the camera so you can kind of see a little better. And while we're at it, I'll check the comments. Sorry for not talking. Let me transition here. So a couple comments I'm going to catch up on. So Tom's hanging out with us. So Tom, you made mention of aftermarket transcooler, lose the hose clamp that came with the kit. Awful mess and clean engine afterwards. I replaced them with fuel injection clamps. Yep, been there. I just don't trust those worm clamps for anything that has pressure on them. And the pressure, even a return line on a power steering or a transmission, you've got enough pump pressure on both those. Even power steering return is going to be enough to cause problems. So 43F today. Out here it was supposed to be like, so where I'm at, we go through real waves in the early spring of temperatures. So you'll have like a 45 degree day and then a 75 degree Fahrenheit later on. And today they said it was supposed to be 83, whereas yesterday it was 52. And let me check what it is right now. Let's see. It didn't live up to what they were saying, that's for sure. It's 60 right now. At 30 minutes ago, it was 60 degrees. So I'm not sure when it's supposed to hit the 83 they're claiming. So, but yeah, see, enjoyed this, but going batshit crazy right now. Got to go for a cruise and get out of the house and soak up some daylight. With you there. I'm sure everyone else is feeling that. I mean, I'm happy I can come out here in the shop and wrench on stuff, but there's something that's kind of interesting because someone told me this, and they're exactly right. Even if you don't typically go a lot of places and you're just hanging out, if someone tells you you can't go, or somehow you know you can't, like when it snows or something like this silly quarantine stuff, the fact that you know you can't go somewhere, even if you didn't have plans, all of a sudden it's a lot harder to just fathom that, because it's human nature. We want to know that we control what we want to do, that if I want to go somewhere, I can hop in my car, go for a cruise. Even if I wasn't planning on going for a cruise today, just knowing I can't is going to eat at me. So it's hard to battle that, but man, yeah. So, all right, let me switch back. I think we got a pretty good view on the other camera. Cool chatting with you, Tom. Glad you're hanging out. Hope you're enjoying it. Doing the best I can on working the cameras here, so. My shop helpers are sleeping, so I'm happy about that. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and get this mounted up. Get this wire out of the way. So this piece is going to go here. Got it over my bubble flare, that's good. And then this piece is going to go in this one. It's a bit of a tight squeeze. But there we go. Okay. Now if I made it long enough, which I should have, There we go. It's slowly going. It's probably hard to see on camera. I should really take it out of the holder here. It'd probably make things easy, but it's good. All right. Yeah, let's do that. Let's pop out of this thing here. So this will get me just a little more wiggle room to get that a little tighter on there. Let me grab some pliers. So basically what I'm trying to do is, without damaging anything, I just want to push it another tiny bit, maybe another 1/4 of an inch onto that other line. There we go. There, that's perfect. So we've got our, you can feel where the flare is, and then you have to have enough room to get your clamp on there. So I'm going to clamp that side down. And before I do that, I want to make sure I can get this up out of the way. And that should be fine for where we want to go. Okay, start tightening this one. Loosen it just a bit. So what you want to do, I like to loosen them slightly, get it sort of positioned where I want, and then tighten it. As you're pushing the screwdriver in, or the ratchet if you use a ratchet, you have a tendency to twist and move these, but as they start to grab, you can start to push more. So, all right, that one is on. It's nice and tight. So we got this one to do next. I'm comfortable with the worm clamps here. These shouldn't pose any issues. Come on now. Okay, that one's on as well. We're going to go ahead and put our hose back in to the fitting there, clamp it. There we go. So that's our front half of the evap line put back in. Actually, it's the back half because there's another one that goes up front, but the front piece of our back half of the evap line. We've got our hose that's going to go to the tank. And then we have a similar hose back here. It's about the same length as that one. So I'm going to go ahead and just cut it so I can put our hose away. So that one's about 1 foot long. We'll cut a little more than we need. We can trim it later. Get rid of this. I'll put that on. There we go. Get one more clamp and clamp that one down. Move the camera so you can see. All right. So this one, I'm going to think for the future. Well, the tank's going to be in the way anyway. But if I flip it like that, I'll be able to tighten it along the bottom. So when the bed's back on the truck, in some sort of theory, if I needed to remove this, I would be able to reach up from the bottom. But I have a bad feeling that the fuel tank's going to be so close here, it would be almost impossible, which is why sometimes pulling the bed on these trucks is just makes certain jobs easier. And this is going to shrink a little tighter because it's shrinking our 7/16 tube onto our 3/8 pipe. But again, for fuel vapor, evap stuff, it's going to be fine. We're going to have it airtight. We'll know if this isn't airtight, you can end up with a check engine code. That's why people get the check engine lights, and it turns out to be their fuel tank or their fuel cap, because those are now sealed units and maintains a pressure in the system. So if you have any leaks, you won't have the right pressure in your evap system that the computer is expecting, which will cause it to throw code. And you can know these spring clamps are tight. If you can twist the line on the tube easily, then it's not tight. If you can't twist it, you got some tightness to it. So that's that job done. I'm gonna see if I can roll this thing close enough to show you something here. Let me transition our frame back to me. You can kind of see over there what I'm about to show you. Oh. All right, what am I rolling over? I'm about to roll over our power cord, aren't I? Yep. Okay, remove this. Oh yeah. Man, hope you're not dizzy. All right, we're going to hand hold this one and really make you dizzy, but we're going to go over and say hi to some buddies. There they are. Gwen, how you doing? Are you sleeping? Are you sleeping? You tired? Want to go for a walk soon, probably, huh? Let's look at this guy. Sharky, you being good? You sleeping? You like the chair, huh? Where am I at? There I am. I'm pretty happy that they're sleeping. Gwen, never a problem. Always good. Good pup. We got her when she was 7, or just turning 7. She's always been very well mannered. Sharky, we've had since a puppy. He's now 1.5. Actually, he's going to be 2 in May. And he's starting to learn to not eat every little thing that he finds. He's actually quite a good dog. So, let's switch back. I need a producer, live producer. But so far this seems to be going pretty well. Even though the work is kind of slow out here, it's really just, like I said, a spot to hang out. I didn't really have tons of big plans for today, which probably made it compatible with live streaming. And really just sort of be here for a hangout for folks. So let's see what we got on the chat, if anyone's left. We haven't had too many folks on today, so yeah, Tom, have a great day, man. Good to chat with you. So take it easy. I think you've probably already dropped off, but if you catch up watching this later, it was cool having you on. So yeah, we don't have many concurrent viewers left. Let's see, how long have we been streaming for? Where do I even see that? I think we've been going for a couple hours now. let's see. We got 2 hours, a little over 2 hours we've been streaming. So I figure we'll go for a couple more, not a couple more hours, but we'll go for a little more because we're just hanging out. So for anyone who wants to watch, I'll keep doing my thing. At this point, everyone's relaxing here, so we're in good space. I think we're fine to go ahead and proceed. I'm going to leave that camera going for a little bit. So the big question is, what do we want to do next? Like I said, this brake line isn't going to bend itself, so we're going to need to get that done. I've got my test piece here with our TIG wire, our cheap Harbor Freight TIG wire, which I think is great for making line samples. Got my bender right here, and I got my line, so I got my bending tool, and I'll probably work on this. This one, I'm not sure if I'm really going to want to live stream me bending a line because it's just going to be excruciatingly boring or real interesting when I get upset. I got 1 bar of battery left on my thing here, but I got 1 more to switch out to when I take a break. So I might take a little bit of a break, take about 5 minutes, grab something to drink, and maybe even position up and just chat for a little bit and decide what I want to do next. One thing that I do want to do is pull the drive shaft out and swap the ujoints while it's real easy to get to. So I'm going to have to run inside and grab the ujoints. I don't think they're out here in the shop. They came, like everything, about a month ago. And so maybe we'll hammer in some ujoints. And like I said, I'll probably end up put off doing this line later and just knock it out with some tunes playing and show y'all when I'm done. But let me take a 5-minute break or so, and then we'll be back here on Vortex Garage. In the meantime, I'm going to mute our mic. If you're joining, we'll be right back as soon as I switch to it. So. All right. Sorry about that. Hey, what are you eating? Gimme. Hang on. We're back, and I didn't have a chance to transition the video back because Sharky was eating the hose clamp that fell. So, hey, what are you doing? You're looking for more stuff. By the way, I'm not yelling, the mic is right here. But you got to get his attention sometimes, right, buddy? Come here. You guys want another treat? Why don't we do that? Come here. Who wants one of these? Gwen? There you go. Sharky, there you go. See? Positive reinforcement. Give them something that they're allowed to have. So, yep. All right, so what we decided to do here was we're going to keep doing our live stream and probably do another hour or so, and then we'll decide what we want to do from there. Like I said, the brake line, the big, gigantic brake line that we got to do, going to probably just want to have some tunes playing and crank that one out. That's going to be really tough to do on a live stream just because, well, A, I'm not allowed to music, but B, just with the camera views here, you're not going to see anything. I'm going to be sitting there doing bends and testing them and test fitting. It's going to be very boring. So what we're going to do instead is something that I think is a little more exciting and that we've been meaning to do on this truck, which I still have my green screen on. Look at that. The green screen filter must be on. That's awesome. But anyway, we're going to be doing a replacement. Let me turn that filter off while we're at it. So let's see, filters. Let's remove the green screen. There we go. We'll have to put that back when we stream inside. Look, now you can actually read the box. So this is a Moog 295 ujoint. This should be a heavy duty ujoint. Let me move this down a little bit so you can see. Here's our ujoint clamps. It should be a greasable one if I bought the ones I believe I bought. Yeah, and these are kind of cool because of how they're greasable. Rather than having a grease fitting on the inside piece of your ujoint and having a hole that takes away some of the strength here, they actually put a hole in the cap, and then you can actually grease it through the cap and add grease if you need to. It makes it a serviceable ujoint. So in this little packet here is our end clamps that go on our pieces, but also a little tiny cap / grease fitting, which is a little hard to show you on camera, but you'll see when we do it. So what I decided we're going to do is go ahead and replace the U-joints in our rear drive shaft because it is super accessible right now. Everything's been so rusty on this truck. I mean, it seemed to drive okay last time it was on the road. It didn't really get it up to much speed, thankfully, because of how bad the brakes were. But so decided, hey, it's right there. We're going to go ahead and do it. Now, the front drive shaft, I have not bought U-joints for that. And I got to look at how that one is. I just don't remember right off the bat if it's got a double cardan on it. Would I have to rebuild the whole double cardan joint? I'm pretty sure it's not a Rapezza or an Arzepa. I always say Rapezza. It's not an Arzepa joint or a CV, basically. But this has got to just, on this drive shaft, just looking at it, it's just two single cardan, single U-joint yokes on it. So it's going to be pretty simple. So we're going to do that on camera here. So what I'm going to do is move this camera over. We're going to go ahead and remove the drive shaft on camera and with our tools, and then we'll take it over to the vise and we'll swap out our U-joints. And that's a nice, easy thing that we can do while we've got our fuel tank out of the way. We've got tons and tons of room, and it's a little more exciting to watch on a live stream. And let me know if the audio gives any problems here, because I did switch. These are the little cheap transmitters. Let me show you while I'm at it. Part of this is kind of figuring out how this works. So this is an Alvoxcon. It's a little transmitter here, and it's made for like, you know what they sell these for? They show you the box, like a motivational speaker. You know, you got one of those cool little headsets, and you run around and tell everyone how everything's going to be okay. My friends and I would remember the one we had. We had the guy that came in elementary school or middle school, I think it was, and taught us all about STDs and doing drugs, and well, how not to get them and do them. And his tagline phrase was, "Ew, nasty." And he'd get the whole audience to say it. So whenever we think motivational speakers, our group of buddies we always remember, ew, nasty, and that dude was hilarious. So I guess I got to give him credit. It stuck with us. At least we remember the ew, nasty part. So anyway, this is what a live stream's all about. It's silly rambling. So, and since I can't actually hang out with my buddies, I got to make jokes that they would get when they're not here. All right, I'm off camera. So let me go ahead and, Sharky, you're in the way, buddy. Let me show you what we got going on here. Oh, yeah, I was going to say, I'll transition back to the YouTube side of things and check on if the audio is no good, since I did switch the receiver. Like I said, before I went into my motivational speaker thing, there's 2 of these that came in the kit, and they're rechargeable batteries in them. So this one was getting kind of low, so I switched to the second one. It's on a different frequency. So if that one has any interference or issues or extra noise, let me know, because I'm not smart enough or caring enough to set up a monitor to check. So, but we don't really have anyone watching anyway, so we're good. But you know, when people come in and watch later, and that's kind of what we're here for. We're just here to hang out. Someone popped in. I watched a concurrent user count go up by 1 and then drop immediately. Someone went, "Oh, I clicked the wrong button." So I'm just joking. All right, so Sharky, you are not in the way. You're fine, but you're going to move anyway because that's what you do. I'm going to try to get this set up so we can see our drive shaft. So actually, that would be really bad and make you all dizzy if I'm trying to set that up. Let me transition back. I'll try to show you what we're doing here. So basically, you know, drive shaft's right in the center here. I'm going to try to lower this one and then switch back over to it so that you can see our drive shaft as we work on it. This tripod is fun because it was really cheap. You know, not a nice tripod, but it certainly works. And very quickly, I broke the little foot off here. So to get it level, I can't put that one all the way in. All right, and then I can shrink it just a bit. And oh, you're going to look at the exhaust pipe if I do that. So let me do one more thing. Look at this. I got this little tiny tripod, which I remember using and I used to hate because it would always fall over. But we're going to use it. So I'm going to take this off. The big thing I got to be careful of is that I don't pull the USB cable out because that could mess some things up here. So unscrew this. Set this right here where I'll promptly lose it. I will never remember that that's there, so I'm going to put it back on the tripod. And I got this little one that we're going to set up. And that's what we want to see. And that's kind of what we want to see. Sorry about that. Part of this live stream is I didn't test any of these camera settings. I want to be able to see what I'm doing when I'm down there. All right, how's that look? Well, we're kind of getting somewhere. Hey, that's not too bad. All I got to do is get a little light under there. kinda. Hey, that's something. All right. Look at that. That's something. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and remove our drive shaft here. We got a couple more lights. Just bring a couple sockets with us and figure out what size we're dealing with on our bolts. Probably won't bring the right ones, but that's okay. You being good, Shark? Hope so. All right. Pop under our truck here, and we want to check our strap bolts, which are nice and rusty, and figure out what size they are so we can promptly strip them. All right. It's like 8mm or 5/16. So pretty close on both those, and these looks like they're about the same. I know the camera can't see the transfer case side, but no, these are slightly bigger. But I brought 3/8. Here's a 9. Oh, they're not it. Okay, first off, that's why. They go the other way on these, so I'm trying to get them off, but the head of the bolt is on the other side. And it's actually pretty big, so probably not a 10, but it might be a 10. Oh no, that's pretty big. So I got here, I got a 7/16. Honestly, I think it's probably a 13. Yeah, I think it's a 13. All right, so I did not bring the right ratchets. I'll be right back. I only brought 8 of them. And put these back so I don't lose them. So that'll be 13, 14, 15, 1/2. And just bring a nice ratchet. Let's bring some power tools, and let's bring a rag. All right, now hopefully you'll be able to see what I'm doing. Hopefully Sharky won't mind what we're doing. So we're going to go ahead and pull our drive shaft out, and the nice thing about it, he's got my hat, he's fine. The nice thing about this is I really thought we were going to be pulling a yoke out of the tail shaft of the transfer case. And usually you don't have any problem with stuff leaking on those because the fluid in the transfer case sits low enough. Whereas in a two-wheel drive with a transmission with a tail shaft, you might have fluid dripping out from the output shaft area. So a lot of times you can get a tail shaft plug, and I've got a set of them up on the workbench. But it doesn't look like we're going to need that today. So what we'll show you when we get it out is the way the drive shaft's designed. It looks like the yoke bolts to a flange on the output of the transfer case. So all we got to do is get that piece off, and we're good. So I did forget something that's going to be very critical. I did spray these a while ago, but they are so rusty. I'm going to bring some PB Blaster, and I'm going to get a just handheld wire brush. Hey, hey, hey! Hey, 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 don't. That's masking tape. That's not good for puppies. All right. Good buddy. See, he's getting better. In the old days, he would have immediately taken off with that. So I'm going to use this to just clean up here. I actually don't have him in the shop a ton because historically he's been one you got to keep an eye on because especially as things get messy in the shop, I don't want him eating chips of rust that come off the truck and getting sick, and you know there's a lot of fluids aren't necessarily good for dogs, and some dogs don't like loud noises. He's not a big fan of them, and can hurt their ears. over time. So, but who doesn't like having a buddy in the shop? Look at this. Yeah, he's a good dude. So my last chocolate loved laying in the shop, just hanging out. But if I ever did something with really loud noises, like hitting on stuff and things like that, I'd usually just put him in the house and let him chill. But I'm a softie when it comes to dogs. All right. Wow, who did that? This can is like really dented. I have no idea how that happened. He's used to eating everything. Look, he wants to drink the PB Blaster. You can't drink PB Blaster. I'm sure this stuff isn't good for you. I'm confident. Let's try the 13 on the back here. Yeah, 13's going to work just fine. Now, let's try to get it off. I'm going to work on the one you can't see. So instead, you're going to see me pulling on this thing and probably grunting. Oh, I was afraid of that. I have the transfer case in neutral. This is going to be fun because I'm going to put the transfer case in a little low probably. And that should help. But hopefully we have enough drag on the system to actually do this, because normally you could put the wheels on and put the car down, but I can put the wheels back on because the brakes are essentially done, just the lines. Watch out, bud. Ah, what are you doing? Hee hee. All right. Hang on. I'm not going. No, don't worry. I know you think we're going, but believe me, this one ain't going nowhere. All right. That should be 4 low. Ooh, watch out. I love that this truck is all mechanical. Some Fords, there's a Mountaineer actually, you had to give it power to pull it out of gear, the transmission. You had to have 12 volts. It wouldn't let you shift out of park. This is completely mechanical, even the transfer case. No motors on this transfer case. All right, there we go. Oh, that might not be 13. It might be a 12 and just rusty. Well, what's he got in my hat? Crap. I'll be back. I once again didn't bring enough sockets. I need to check that too. I haven't really looked at the other side yet, but I'm just going to bring the 12 because Ford has a tendency, a relatively bad tendency, to do 12-point sockets on drive shafts. Yeah, they did. They definitely did. All right, that's going to be fun. And I should just service this one on the car and not take the flange off. Should honestly just put it in right here. I could fit my press in here and do it. Let's see. I'm going to get the 12-point sockets and try it out. So I'll show you what I mean in a second. Be nice. Be nice, buddy. These be the right size. Don't tear my hat up, buddy. All right, so my guess is that it's a 12 millimeter 12 point, because that's what it is on a lot of other Fords, which is the smallest millimeter 12 point that I have. Ooh, that's perfect. It does fit. So let's see if that'll come off. If it comes off, we're in good shape. Oh, there it goes. Yep, good. All right, almost got it out by hand. All right, so I'm honestly not sure if the white balance is good enough for you to see here because of the shop lights and pointing the camera up. But this bolt has a 12-point head on it. So very Fordish to be using a 12-point, 12 millimeter. Pretty common on Fords to find that on driveshaft bolts. And this one also has Loctite and sealant on it. That's another weird thing that they call for, and the Mountaineer was the same way, where it wasn't just thread locker, but thread sealant. And I never quite understood that because the flange is not keeping any fluid back. The best I can guess is by sealing the threads, you keep rust out of it. And that keeps the threads from getting damaged in the long term. So it might just be a smart move. Freak, man. Yeah, there we go. Got our second one. I know you can't see, and that's a bummer. I can't really move the camera because I can't see what I'm doing. I can move the camera. Yeah, I'll leave it. We only got these 4 and then these 2 to do. It's more fun. So the point is that if you take the bolt out too far with the socket head on it and the ratchet, it would hit the transfer case at some point. So you got to stop and then just finger tight it or get a 12 millimeter wrench to get the last bit. Yeah, we're not quite there yet. That's me hitting the floor pan of the cab with my, oh, see, I went too far. Now I can't get my ratchet out. I gotta go in just a tad just to get it out. There we go. Okay, so that's 2 of 4. So now what I'm gonna do, the other 2 are, well, I can get to one of them. I can get to this one. So get some PV blaster on it just to help it. This stuff might not do anything, but it's like placebo effect. If I don't spray it on a bolt, is the bolt ever going to come out? I don't know. All right. Got to break that Loctite. There we go. And I'm not using heat on it, so. By the way, if you ever have to break red Loctite, that's what they recommend, is put a little heat on it with a map torch, and that'll soften it and then allow you to remove it. Of course, red Loctite being the high strength Loctite. Okay, that's good. So one thing I did a while ago that I didn't show you on camera, but when we get the drive shaft out, you'll see it, is I put marks on the drive shaft. So the idea is that I want to put this back on the flange exactly how it was because there's balance weights on the drive shaft. So you'll see that as we go, and before we take the yokes apart, I'm going to mark them on the bench with a separate color. So that way we put them on exactly the way they were. But you'll see the marks when I take it off. I don't think you can see them just with the resolution of the camera. And I can't really zoom that camera in. Let me go ahead and put our transfer case in neutral. We're going to rotate the shaft a little bit, put it back in 4 low. There we go. And there we go. Now we should be good to loosen this last one. I'll probably leave it partially in so that the drive shaft doesn't drop out of the side just yet. Oh, there we go. Ooh, it's not going to come out if I don't spray it. Ah, there, now it'll come out. All right, good. What would we ever do without PV blaster? WD-40's like, hey, we have stuff. I don't know why, this has been my go-to for a long time. All right, let me spray these. All right, there we go. There, it's the official bolt getter outer. All right, now. What, Sharky's not going to like this? know what? The way the angle is on that, I'm going to get one of the smaller ones. So yet again, going to get more sockets. You might be asking yourself, why not just bring the entire socket set? Because part of working on cars, if you're not doing it for a living, is, or if you are and you want to get extra labor money, is always walking back and getting new parts. All right, here we go. Where's my, there it is. Got a wobble socket here. Okay. There we go. That strap bolt's loose. We'll do the bottom one really quick, and we'll have this strap off. These things better be in good shape because I don't think I have replacements for these. One thing that's happy to report, the pinion seal on this truck seems in pretty good shape. So no leaks in the diff. That was nice to see. There's one. Sharky just jumped up on a chair. That's good because he'd want to eat these bolts. I should be able to get these just by reaching up under. Well, if I really want to, I can always twist the drive shaft again. There we go. The more I do this, the more I'm starting to think of understanding what it means to live stream wrench by yourself without a producer, which is do your thing, and it either is going to sound okay and look okay or it isn't. And that's kind of a bummer, but I think I got it figured out for the most part. It's different to wrench because you're thinking about whether or not people can see what you're doing. Are there comments waiting for me that I should read and interact? People laugh when I drop the ratchet on myself. I haven't dropped it on my face yet. I've done that before, when you lay right under something and the ratchet slips and hits you right in the nose. Or when I get this last one off and the strap bolts pop, the straps pop off and the drive shaft hits me in the arm. It won't. Guarantee I'm going to be hitting this thing with a dead blow to pop it loose to how rusty it is. So that's all the bolts loose and out. And these look like they had Loctite and sealant on them as well. So we'll be having to clean these up. It's there. Let me grab my dead blow hammer. Can you still, yep, I see my audio still working. Good. All right, so this is a dead blow hammer. It's got lead shot in the head, so when you hit, it transfers a lot more force from the lead shot hitting. There's a 48-ounce hammer, and it doesn't have as much recoil, which is nice. There's one strap. There's two, and we just got to pop our ujoints out of the caps, out of the bolt caps. Got rust in my ear. I'm not trying to hit it too hard because I don't want to damage our pinion seal, but that was enough to get it loose and pop the ujoint out. So I'm going to hold the drive shaft. Well, actually, it's going to hold itself. I'm going to move myself down here because I got one more that's hand tight. And I'm going to get it out, hopefully. All right, no, I've left myself in a bit of a jam because there's some pressure on this one. It looks like it's going to want to come out, so it's not quite hand tight yet. So I think I'm going to need to get, well, I'll try my ratchet with the swivel. See if I can get out of the way of it. Enough to get it on there? Yeah, got it. All right, perfect. Okay, we weren't quite hand tight on that one yet because this drive shaft's going to want to pop off as soon as that bolts out. All right, there we go. And no, it's still stuck on there. So we're going to use our dead blow. Still stuck. That's rusted on there pretty good. Got it. All right. I missed the camera by 2 inches. I knew that was going to happen, and I was like, hey, I should stop hitting it and hold on to it. But I wanted to see it go. All right. So our flange, yeah, that was nice and gross. Okay. So here's our 4 bolts for that. Here's our drive shaft out. Well, this is a heavy drive shaft. Ooh, wow. That's a heavy duty one. Thing's got some bulk to it compared to the old WJ drive shafts. All right. Got most of the hard stuff done. All right, bring it back to this camera just so I can move the other one around without making you dizzy. Let's see what we got going on our stream. Make sure we're still connected. Well, we're connected, nobody watching. So we got a long stream, but that's what we're here for. I'm working no matter what. We'll have the stream going for anyone who wants to watch it. All right. Time for a pause. All right, hey folks, we're back, but I'm still gathering some tools up. We got our drive shaft out, so I'm going to grab some of our tools that we need for pulling out our U-joints. A lot of folks like to use hammers on them and stuff like that, but I prefer not to do that because generally on smaller drive shafts, I don't want to put risk at putting any sort of stress on it that affects the balance. I know that's probably not going to happen, but there's a tool for it. There's a ball joint press that works great for U-joints, and I just kind of prefer using that. And since I have it, I'm going to grab it. So I'm going to be off frame for a little bit as I set up some cameras on our stream here and get our tools. Where is our ball joint press? Here it is. Here it is. I guess it's not a ball joint press if we're using it on a U-joint. It becomes a U-joint press. So this is the tool that we're going to use right here. This thing is super handy. It's made by OTC. You can buy these at Harbor Freight as well. Though I've heard, I don't know if it's true, I don't know if they've redesigned it, but years ago I heard that the Harbor Freight ones, when you were doing really tough ball joints, would actually flex a little bit. This one from OTC I've never had any issues with. And it's a little more expensive, but for a kind of lifelong tool thing, it's been very handy. And I've used it for so many things. So basically, like everything else, it uses a screw as, well, not like everything else, like many other things. By using the screw here, you can actually multiply torque and multiply the pressure you're putting on something. So for popping something out, you basically just turn this very simply, and you have a nice ratio of work effect as you're going. Hey, Sharky. And what I wanted to do was make sure I remembered. See, I thought it was a 3/4, but it isn't. So I need to get the right socket. And then we're going to move the camera, the other camera, to be on our workbench. So what is this, 7/8? Nope. Right in the center, 13/16. So we're going to put that here. Get our tank straps out of the way. Might as well go ahead and turn the other camera on. Sharky has decided to sleep right in front of where I need to stand. Or at least lay down. I'll show you. Hey, bud. You're a good boy. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to use our vise, and we're going to get our Sharky. You might not like this one because we are going to be hammering a little bit. We're going to try to be a little quiet as we go along, but it might be a little loud. So I got our punch set out here from doing some other work, and because what we're going to do, we're going to need to use one of our drift punches to get the old clamps out. We're going to need some PB Blaster on it, and we're going to need a little bit of grease. So let me gather up some of the parts that we're going to need, and you'll see what we're doing. This is what live streaming is a lot of watching me walk around, or not, because I never move the camera. So I got some grease, got some PB Blaster. I have my hammers under there if I need them. So I'm going to grab my drive shaft. Drive shaft is, the tube end is light. I'm going to drop it on you, Shark. The tube end is super light, but this yoke is pretty heavy duty. So this is the side that goes into our transfer case, and you can see this is the flange that just basically was right on there. Now I'm going to bring that camera closer and show you some of our markings that we have on here. But what I'm going to do, we're going to do the easy side first. So I'm going to open our vise up. I'm actually going to turn our vise slightly. Because with Sharky down there, I don't want the tube to be laying where it can hit him. And he'll probably move anyway as soon as we make noise. All right, that's good enough. Tighten this up, tighten that up. And let's go ahead and work on moving our camera. So I'm going to try to flip our little table around so we have a little more room and so I can see. No, I'm off frame again. That's the way it's going to be probably. All right, let me transition here because in just a second, as I lock this caster, I'm going to pick this up and move it. Hopefully, this cord is long enough. Yes, this is going to work. I love it when a plan comes together. So the resolution of this camera, can you see me? No, can't see my face, it's okay. Resolution of this camera is not the best, but let me grab my paint pen, my white paint pen. Again, going off camera. But if you take a look on the screen, you should see 3 yellow marks at the top there. Here they are, 1, 2, and 3. These will line up on the yoke side of our pinion, the pinion side of our drive shaft. There will be a corresponding 3 yellow marks there, and that'll tell me exactly how to line this up so it was that way before. So this way, the drive shaft's going to go back in the way it was from the factory. As you can see here, we've already lost one of our caps that came off, and this is why you can actually remove a ujoint, because if you look at it, you're like, how, if this is a cast piece, how would I ever get these things in here? Well, it's because these caps come off, and one way to tell whether or not you've got a bad ujoint is how these feel. These actually still move. These rotate. These are actually in good shape. So in all honesty, they don't necessarily have to be done, but we're here, we're going to do them. They're not very expensive, fortunately. These are about $15 a ujoint for the heavy duty ones. You can buy these as cheap as $8, $9. So inside here, and it's probably hard to see on that camera, I can hold this, but I don't know if it's going to focus, but there's basically small needle bearings in there. And one of the more difficult parts of doing this job is making sure that there's enough grease holding those needle bearings and that they don't get displaced or dropped out or lost. And they're all in pretty good. Now, if you go on our channel, you can look up the WJ drive shaft special. There's 2 videos where we rebuild the various types of drive shafts in WJ Jeeps. Everything from the single cardan, single U-joint to a double cardan setup where we totally rebuild the double cardan, to an Zeppa joint with a CV where we rebuild that. But one of the things you'll see on our WJ, we actually had some seized U-joints and we pulled it out. Instead of grease in here, there was dust. Basically just dust and needle bearings came out. And the needle bearings were all worn out, stuck, things like that. This U-joint's in pretty good shape. What I'm more concerned about actually is these little spring clamps in here and the amount of rust on this. There's a sizable amount of rust, and that's going to make getting these out a little more difficult, which is going to cause us to hammer on this thing a little more. So without scraping off our paint marks, hey, don't eat the rust, buddy. Hey, don't eat that. See, we might find that we need to move him out here. I don't want him eating none of this stuff. He's being good. All right, so we're going to soak this a little bit with the magical PB blaster. And but one of the things I want to do was, on this one it's not as important because we've got the marks here that are going to line up with our yoke. When we take this one off, we are going to want to mark with some white marks here so that we know kind of where each one of these went. So I'm going to put a line. Well, you can't see this one. I'll do it later. Got my paint pen, I'll remember it. So the very first thing that we're going to need to do is get this pin out, this spring clamp. And they're always a blast, let me tell you. So we're going to want to use a hammer on that. And this hammer ought to work. And we're going to use a punch, a drift punch. And I'm just going to come in here like that. See that, how it's moving? There, and then I'm going to come back and do this side. There, and if you're really lucky, like we are, it'll break, or it'll pop out like this. It's so rusty, it'll just snap. And there's still a piece in there that we got to fish out. I knew Sharky wasn't going to be a super big fan of that. So he just moved to the other side. If he gets too bothered, I'll take him inside. I'm not hammering loud enough that it's going to hurt his ears, so he'll be fine. But if I was, I'd take him in. Okay, so if you're lucky, it'll break like ours did. But if you're unlucky like us, it'll break to a point where it leaves the other side lodged in there. And I don't know how that's going to be in terms of pressing out. So it'll press that way, that's for sure. So this one we can definitely press down and then remove the rest of it. So let's see if the other one comes out easy before we waste time messing with that one. Right. So this one actually does look a little bit cleaner, hopefully. So these are so rusty just from sitting. I mean, this truck just sat a lot, which is really the problem we're facing. It's amazing to just see how stuff will return to the earth from sitting, but if you move it, it's like you stop entropy. If it sits there, you end up in these situations. So. Look at that, just snapped right off. These clamps are going to be a pain in the butt. I'm going to try to whew, man, these are bad. Yep, that one broke too. These are going to be fun ones. So that one is worse than the first one. So we're going to go back to the original. And here's the game plan. So what we want to do is, like I said, how do you get these out if this is a cast piece? And the fact that these caps remove is exactly how. So you need to push one of them up. You're going to basically push the whole U-joint up enough so that you can get the cap off. And then you go the other direction, pop the cap out, and then when you only have these bits, it'll be able to come out. So that's sort of the game plan. Let's see how you get there. Let's try a smaller, just straight punch. See if we can move this in that groove. At the same time, it's so brittle, and it's only about a third of it left. We can probably just snap it off and go the rest of the way. The risk that you take doing that, though, is that you could actually snap this cast piece. And I don't want to take that risk if I don't have to. So I'm going to give it another couple tries before we use the brute force silly method. Should probably use a stiffer brush. What are you doing, bud? Why are you looking at me like you got something? What you got? Come here. Ooh, this is a nice new one. What you got? What are you doing? Come here. All right, he's just laying down. He's good. Keeping an eye on him because of the noise. Sometimes too, if you just, I know I said I don't usually like to hammer on these, but I'm going to do it just enough to break that loose. See if I can free up a little tension on this. So, not a ton. What I'm going to do, let's go ahead and use our press. So how this press fits on is just goes over there. I need to get my ratchet. I prefer not to use the impact on this kind of stuff, just to save the threads. And Again, if you're working on a labor clock, it's a little different if you're just hanging out on a Sunday. So kind of get this out of the way so you can see it. So basically what I'm going to do, I know I still got my clamp over there, so I'm not going to go super hard on it, but I'm trying to press this cup in a little further just to remove any rust and tension on the back side of that, what's remaining of that clamp. And then we can go ahead and hopefully pry it out. So get my 1/2-inch ratchet. We're going to tighten this a bit. Let me try to move this so you can see a little better what we're doing. All right, hopefully that's a little easier so you can kind of see I got the ratchet on it. That's pretty tight. That's all we're going to do for now, just to see if we freed it up enough. This is fun. So rusty. Rust has a way of making a 5-minute job turn into a 30-minute job pretty easily. Hopefully nothing more than a 30-minute job. What do we want to try next? Back to our chisel. See if I can split it. All right, bud. He's cool. This might be really loud on the microphone, though. I apologize as I do more. All right, that's pretty much, this is going to be a fun one. We might need some heat. Left myself a note, pretty much grinding off all the yellow paint that I had there, so let myself know that's where the yellow went. Yeah. Whoop. Sweet. Doesn't help that I hit the edge here. That was not a good hit. Ooh, this is a fun one. See what we got on this side now. Gonna whack this one a little bit. I think I'll use a drift punch so I don't hit the edge. Sorry, bud. All right. Let's see if we can get this one out a little further. Sorry about that, camera. It's nice. It's got a very wide angle to it. Oh, broke a little more off, but and is it in there? All right, we're going to give it a shot. Press. Let's see if we can press the bottom one out. It's so rusty and snaps so easily. I'm betting it's going to break. It doesn't have that much left. We're good. Nope. Not just yet. Only on a live stream, right? It was probably right when I said, let's do the easy side. All right, let's see what we got left over here. I'm going to compress this one back down a little bit, see if I get any movement on it. I think we're going to need some heat here if we really want to get it out or cut it out, but I'm resisting the super brute force method because I got the pups here and I don't want to make a big noise. So I'm trying to be somewhat delicate. So, all right. I wonder if map would be enough to knock it out. I don't want to pull the whole setup out. At the same time, I don't know. I'm going to try some straight up map and just see if that helps. I think this is my map end. Yep. Uh-oh. Even running a map runs hotter than propane, but what makes them really hot, as same with oxyacetylene, is the oxy. So I have another small setup where I can run small oxygen tanks combined with this, and you can actually do brazing with it, and that works for a real pinpoint heat source as well. But it's a little more you got to get out and set up, and I'm trying to be lazy and do as little as possible. So I'm going to see if just a little heat, just enough to kind of expand what we got here and let it contract, is going to be enough to pop this out. I think we had a little bit of movement there. Woo, look at that. Let's see if that did it. See if that helped anything. Man, it still looks so fused together, but let's try a smaller punch. That might be too big. Let's try this one, a little more precision. See that spark that just shot off there? That's why you never want to use these on a fuel tank. You want to use a brass punch. So if you're getting like a metal retaining ring off of them and you're hitting steel on steel or steel on steel, you can get a spark, blow yourself up. You don't want to do that. Like another one, yeah. Wow, these are really in there. I'm resisting the inevitable, which is partially why things take a while. It's amazing. I'm getting some nice shine down the bare metal here, but I've still got a rusted piece in there. It does not want to come out. Got one more tool that I like. Often works good in these situations. I can't find it, of course. Yeah, let's see what's on YouTube. I'm going to make sure... transition back here. Keep up, see if anyone's hanging out. Nope, not much. So we're gonna keep doing our thing. Good dogs. A very special screwdriver that I cannot locate. Where could it be? It essentially does what these are. Well, this is fun. Wondering if we're at the point of just cutting the U-joint out and then hammering the things in. In fact, that's probably the best way to go. So what we're going to do is not waste time with heat anymore. So what I'm going to do is since I'm replacing these, and it's probably hot, so I'm not going to touch it, I'm just going to come in here with a saw, and I'm going to crank that thing away. So let me get my Sawzall. Which hopefully has enough of a metal blade left on it. Things are escalating. I like that. A grinder cutoff wheel would probably work, but I'm going to try this. I think it might be, I don't know, quieter. Move my map torch out of the way. All right, let's do this. This blade is toast. It's not even scratching it. I'm out of blades. I don't think I have a better one. So let me check. Man, this is what it's like a lot of times, by the way. It's fun. Go to my blades. Oh, no way this is going to work. This is like a Harbor Freight blade that says metal that is probably not designed to go in this. So we're going to put it in it and we're going to try. All right, watch. Want to see a blade disappear in 2 seconds flat? It's gone. I knew it. We're going to do the old cutoff wheel, which is a little louder for the pups. So, but it's going to be quick. Put that away later. All right. Just put this tool away too. Sorry about this. Hang on. I'll be out of the way in a second. Our grease out of the way. Anything flammable, get it out of the way. Get some gear. I hope I don't permanently make Sharky afraid of the shop with this noise. I'm going to be as quiet as possible. Nope. Almost through. Gonna have to rotate my guard. I just did something very unsafe because I'm not thinking. But when you start thinking, listen to your thoughts. Unplug it before you start messing with this. This one does have a hand trigger, so it wouldn't take much for me to slip and turn it on. And yeah, these are decent gloves, but that thing's going to cut through those gloves in second flat. All right. Might need to put a new blade on. The reason being, not quite through it. blade's kind of cut down a little bit, and this guard's in the way. Can't get deep enough in there, so one step would be to put a bigger blade on or remove the guard, but I don't really like removing the guard. So I'll put this blade away for later. It's got a chip in it anyway. All right, we're all set. This should get us through the last half centimeter, or whatever it is. If you got your volume up, be prepared to turn it down. Should have warned you before. All right. Bunch of sparks right over to my laptop. Almost through. I'm just cutting this one as well on the top because it doesn't impact these as much. So oh, I got some flammable tanks over there. I got that right there. Look at this. Oh man. There we go. That should do it. Well, I really should pause and be like, hey, look, we'll be back. Where are we not cut through? Right in the back. We're close. Pretty much almost got it. These are some strong U-joints. All right, we are so close. That top piece is broken off, but we can't pop it out until we cut the bottom piece. So we're going to have to come in here. What I'll do is I'm going to flip this over. This has been a fun one, huh? Okay. And we just got to cut the back there. So we're going to come in here and awfully close. I bet you it's close enough. Let's see. Barely hanging on. There we go. Oops. So that's really what we intended to do, was make a huge mess of things. So, hint, that wasn't what we were intending to do. When in doubt, cut it out. Now, a reminder for me, I need to get some better, or actually some replacement blades for the old Sawzall. So now what's essentially going to happen is we're going to be able to push these out through the bottom pretty easily. We're just going to have to pop the rust loose. Just like that. And then it'll come out. That is literally the welded rust breaking on the inside. There we go. So now that that is out, and the bottom one will be just the same. So I didn't really like cutting the U-joint out. I kind of did it a little haphazardly. But now this is probably going to be hot, but I should be able to come in here now and get a pick behind there and heat that up if I need to basically get the rest of that clamp out. And we're going to have to do that before we reinstall anything. This has been a fun one, huh? All right, here's the original one that we meant to take out. The first one that we worked on. It's a little bit better off, technically. And, might take a break because it's getting a little late here anyway, and the dogs do need a walk. And they probably wouldn't mind going in because the noise of this is kind of bothersome to them. Oh, this one's tight. Yeah, woo! There's a piece of U-joint fell out of the cap. See, I don't think they like that noise, so I'm going to take them in. We'll take a break here, and we'll come back and clean this one up. So, this is kind of what wrenching's all about, though, is when you think you got a 5-minute thing, and it turns into a big pain in the butt. But we got it done. We got it out. Our drive shaft's fine. We didn't hurt ourselves. That's all that matters. And I do feel a little bad because I was kind of rushing a little bit, and I like to always say on my videos, try to be safe and follow precautions. And yeah, I had my face mask and I had some heavy gloves, but I was filling with the shield of the grinder without unplugging it, and that was not smart. And also watch your spark trajectory as you're doing stuff like that. I have some oxyacetylene tanks way over there, way away from the spark, but still is going in their general direction. I don't want any sparks going there. I had my laptop over here I had to be careful of. So, and the PB blaster, so you just want all that stuff out of the way. Rags, grease and oil soaked rags can catch on. So you always got to be careful. You don't want to cause a fire and burn your shop down. Let's see. Just out of curiosity, now that I've got room. Oh man, these are going to be fun to get out. These are still going to be a considerable amount of work. They're really stuck in there. There's basically a groove in the slit that these clamps sit in, and they keep they're retainers basically, and they retain. And the careful thing is you don't want to damage the inner race and ruin your drive shaft. That thing is stuck in there pretty good. So we're going to have to work on that one. This one's even worse, the one on the bottom. So at any rate, this is not the way you remove a U-joint, because it should usually go a lot simpler than that. In fact, you look at our WJ videos, aside from the noise of pressing it out, the clamps, they're a little bit difficult to get, but the trick is to usually hit them with a drift punch and move them around, get them loose, and then pop them out. These are so rusted in there, they're fused, and they're breaking before they come out. So that's why we cut the U-joint, which some people just do anyway. They just chop the U-joints, make it easier to get them out, press them out, and then release the clamps when you got total availability and space here to work. But in this case, yeah, man, we got some fun ones. So, magic juice. Do your thing on the other side. Maybe that'll help. Ooh. Don't want to be looking down the barrel of your PB blaster. All right, man, look at this. You spray that. Ooh, looking good. Looking good. All right. So we're going to let that soak. Let me walk back over and see how many people got to witness the fun there. Yep. So we're probably going to take a break. Like I said, I'm going to go ahead and take the pups for a little bit of a walk, maybe walk them inside, let them chill. So they are hanging out. Yeah, Sharky transitioned to near the door, so he wants to go in. So, and I don't want to make him not like being out here. The noise wasn't as noisy as it can get in the shop. I'm sure it felt pretty noisy on the microphone because I'm standing right next to it and I got a lot of gain turned up. But dogs hear way better than we do, so I really don't like hurting their ears. And I'm gonna take them in. I don't want to hurt them. So we're gonna pause for a little bit. I'm gonna put my be right back thing here and put my microphone on the charger, and we'll be back in a little bit. Hey folks, we're back, at least temporarily. We got the dogs moved inside because of the noise we were making, didn't want to bug them. And we're going to get back on our drive shaft that's over here. So let me transition back to our other camera. There we go. So where we left with this one, and let me move this back a little bit so you can see me. Let's see how that looks. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. You can see the drive shaft and you can see me. So where we left this was we got our old our old U-joint out. We ended up cutting it and made a mess of things and had a lot of fun, which is one reason I was like, yeah, I think the dogs have had enough of me. Was using the angle grinder after I realized I didn't have any good metal blades left for the Sawzall. And you know, U-joints are hardened steel anyway. They're pretty tough to cut through, but grinding disc, cutoff wheel makes pretty quick work of it. So we chopped those out, knocked them loose, and the main issue is that our spring clamps that hold them in on the other end are rusted so badly that they're stuck in the grooves, and they actually are rusted so small that they snapped when they were coming out. So we've got about, this side's got probably a lot less. This is probably about 3/4 of an inch of the circumference, and this one has, honestly, close to 2 inches of the circumference of that thing still stuck in there. So that's a pain. But it's all about moving forward. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a look at this side. So this one actually is going to be a little more difficult, believe it or not. So what we're going to want to do on this one is knock out, in fact, we can probably do it this way. Let's, you always want to come up with a good game plan on how you want to approach something. So on this one, I wanted to take a look and see how these spring clamps looked, and they look just as bad, just as crusty, probably going to fall out just the same. So this U-joint actually, no, that's the spline making noise. The U-joint actually pretty decent. I probably shouldn't bother replacing it, but I have one. I'm going to do it. So more than likely I'm going to want to cut this one out, but because of this piece, this kind of flange piece, I can't really get, and this is unplugged by the way, but I won't be able to get in there with this cutoff wheel, so I'm going to have to come in. If I do have to cut it, I'm going to have to cut this one off, and even then I'm going to have a little bit of trouble because all I've got is 4.5-inch cutting discs. This is a spot where a 5-inch, 5.5, a 6-inch, whatever, the larger cutoff wheels would be great because I'd be able to just go right in there. Now I have some air cutoff tools as well that are smaller, but they have smaller cutting heads that allow you to get in to different places. I've got an air saw that would do nothing on this, but it's there if I wanted to play with it. So one way or the other we're going to get them, but the big thing that I'm concerned about is that I'm going to have the exact same problem with these spring clamps. So I could try heating them first, but I don't think that's really going to make a difference. And I'll try on this one first, but that's too big. Use a smaller punch tool, which is right here. So you know what, let me go for the middle size one because maybe that'll give a little more room to not break it, and I'll try to be a little more gentle on hitting this. If I can just start to get it loosened. Man, it's so, I know the camera's too far away and it's a wide angle so you didn't see that. That little bit of hitting, almost barely using the hammer, almost just the weight of the hammer on itself was enough to snap the end off of it. We're going to have the exact same problem on this side. So this is going to be a pain in the butt and not what I signed up to do. I was like, hey, I'm going to do a live stream and show y'all how to do a U-joint. Because you got plenty of videos you can watch on my channel too about doing U-joints, and they're pretty simple. And usually, a 5-minute job. These are going to be a lot longer. So, yeah, looks like we might be cutting this one out too. Now, the only other thing you can do with these is generally, I mean, I could try heating them again, and I'm resistant taking the big heat out. You know, I don't have the big heat going yet. I'm just using the map torch, which is kind of the medium heat. You got the propane, which is pretty light, and then you got the map torch, which is a little heavier. But then you start introducing oxygen to things. That's when you start making actual heat that you can get some metal cherry hot. All right, where is my pliers? There's a set. So basically, what should be able to happen is if these were not rusted in, you could actually just take a pair of pliers and compress these in on themselves, because it's spring steel, and pop them out. Unfortunately, that is not going to happen with these. So usually you use the punch, and that shocks the rust, what rust is on them loose, and these things have enough integrity to them. They haven't rusted so bad that they pop loose, but this just sitting and whatnot, these are really bad. I'm kind of hopeful that instead of the shocking motion of using the hammer, which is causing them to snap because the metals come so brittle from rust, that more of a twist and compressing with the pliers here would actually be enough to jostle them loose, but it's not really having much of an effect. Yep. I can tell you what we're going to be doing. And I can get the cutoff wheel in here. And I can cut this side, flip it over, and cut the other. And I just didn't expect to be doing that today, I'll tell you what. Wasn't what I was hoping to do. This is going to work. First of all, this needs to be in the vise. Yeah. No chance. All right, let's try this one. I'd love to get one of them the right way, the way it's supposed to happen, but it isn't going to happen. Oh, this one's real bad. It's funny working on this truck. Feels like working on something a lot older. I mean, just some of the videos we've had. I mean, the WJs were only a couple years newer. Granted, it was a couple years ago we did it, but still, what is that, 5 years maybe? In 5 years' time, I guarantee you those WJs aren't rusted like this. And it really is just a matter of sitting, and a vehicle like a truck like this is used for driving in the snow, and primarily most of its duty, it gets driven on salt roads and doing plow duty, doing muddy muck stuff and getting water on it and then sitting. You end up with a lot more pervasive rust than you would a normal vehicle. So the whole work nature of a truck contributes to these problems. Oh, this one's coming out. I think we got one. Watch, let me show you. Yeah. So that's the spare tire, by the way, which I don't think I would drive on. See how it's starting to come out of the groove? This is what all the other ones should have done. Yeah, that one's loose. So we got one. Now, honestly, that's not too bad, because if I can get one, I can get this out, and then I can cut this on the bench. So I'll be happy if I can get one of them. Now I should be able to use my pliers. Look at that. Got one. this is what they look like, and this is how they should come out. So basically, what I should be able to do now is I can try this one more time. I've still got some pieces left on it. If I get lucky, which I know I won't, but if I get lucky, I'll be able to knock this one out very similar. So the only approach I took differently is I'm trying to do lighter taps to try to move it without breaking it. Nope, broke it. All right, so what we're going to try is we're going to put our tool back on. And basically what you want to do is you got to be careful the bottom cup lines up so you can actually have the ball joint cup, not the ball joint cup, the U-joint cup pass through it. So you can kind of either look or feel as you're doing this. So I'm going to put this on there. We're going to try pushing the whole assembly through. Oops. Put this assembly in here. What we're going to do is get this up in the vise without damaging that rubber piece. So kind of what I want to do is, as I'm putting pressure on this, I'm going to put some like lateral movement pull on it. So as I'm twisting that down, I'm going to be cranking this way. I don't want to be bending this too much. So I'm going to try to get this in the vise. But I don't want to damage that rubber boot. So put this in. That seems like a bad idea written all over it. So just going to put it on right on the end like that. That's perfect. All right, we should still be able to fit our tool over it. Not a problem. All right, I'm going to take just a quick break and we'll be right back. All right, and we are back, and I'm going to try to move the camera so you can see a little better what we're doing. So essentially, I moved this so we could have it tighten the vise on the yoke here and have some spots where we could still get this. And it looks like we've got room for a cup to come through the bottom. So the bottom one is where we don't have a clamp anymore, the retaining clip, so it should pass through. This one, we still got most of the retaining clip in it. So my hope is that we'll be able to push this one through, and then that'd be enough to pop the U-joint out and get it through, though we might not be able to fully do that, but we're going to see. So yeah, let's give it a try. Worst thing that's going to happen, it's going to get stuck halfway. And I'll tell you what, when you start cranking these things down, that's when you're like, oh man, I'm glad I bought the nicer one, because you just feel like the pressure that you're exerting on this thing, because you can tell you're using a pretty big ratchet on it. The amount of pressure that you're putting on it, oops, it wasn't tight, is so high that you're just assuming you're going to break something or break the tool itself. So, and you don't want to be on the other end of that. So I like my gear just in case. Man, it feels pretty wacky when you're doing it. All right, let's do it. Oh, come on now. There we go. That's good enough. Huh, it's not popping like the other one did, but it's going. All right. So we did hit on the other end. I don't think we're lined up perfectly here. So like I was saying, if this doesn't line up right, and it's having a little trouble because it's hitting that piece, basically it'll prevent the cup from going through on the other side. And let's try that. I think we're getting stuck there. So it's just a little bit more room here. But I don't know if you can see that, but it's basically the tool's hitting the very end of this swivel, the attachment there, and it might not be giving us quite enough room to have an open slot for our ball joint to, not our ball joint, our U-joint cap to slide through. Let's take a look and we'll show you. So basically, oh no, we got plenty of room. It should be going through. It should totally be going through. I think we're just hitting out, rust jamming on the other side. Oops, I'm loosening it. A little light. No, whoops, I'll show you what I mean. So basically you can see the U-joint cap in there. I want to make sure that that cap, see on the top there? That cap's going to hit the piece. So we need to line this up a little straighter. So pretty simple. This is a different experience doing this on a live stream. I feel very distracted because of it. I think the problem that we're having, let's see if we can go this way. That's better. So our tool's going to end up hitting that, which is no big deal, but we can line it up quite a bit better. These caps are are bigger than the smaller U-joints that the WJ uses. So there's a little less clearance for it to pass through. And if it didn't have any clearance, we could actually use a ball joint tool as a spacer. I don't think we need to. All right, let's see if that does it. Oh yeah, that did it. Okay, so eventually the U-joint will bottom out, which it just did. So you remove your tool. If we rotate our shaft, you'll see that one's sticking out. I like this because this is kind of how it should go. And come in with some big channel locks or something. Usually, take the cap off. So now that cap's out of the way, you can see you've got a lot more room for that U-joint to move around on this side. So what you'd normally do is push it the other direction and push it up, and then you'd be able to pop this one out, and that would give you enough to get this out of here. But we've still got this retainer in here, so we're going to have to see if we can break that retainer loose. I've been thinking about how to clear that, and I might have to pop onto the YouTube comment and see if anyone's watching that has some ideas, because I've not really had to deal with that much in the past. Fortunately, when I've done these, those have always come out pretty easy. When I'm thinking, and I always hate using the Dremel. I feel like whenever I use a Dremel, I should be doing arts and crafts, that it's just not powerful enough for certain things. Yeah, it's almost all the way out, the cap, but not enough to twist the U-joint out, unfortunately. And totally bottomed out. So what I'm thinking is, you know, if I took the Dremel and just put some notches with a cutoff wheel in this, I would actually have a place to hit it with the chisel or with the punch, and those notches might even cause it to shatter a little bit and break pieces off, and once pieces are broke off, pop them out. That's just a thought. The other thing I was thinking was I could probably see if I could use a pair of pliers and just enough to get on it and move it. Because one of the things, if you can rotate it, the minute this thing will rotate in that cup, you know you've got the rust broken loose. So could I put pliers like this and try to twist it? Move it? Nope. And if not that, can I put pliers on the very end of it, like I was just doing, and pull it in on itself and break it out of the groove? And that's probably a little more feasible than anything. So let's try that. That is not necessarily working. Let me go back to this assortment of punches and chisels. Here's a nice new sharp chisel. Almost get a bit of a pry bar in there too. Let's see what I got in here. None of this is going to work. Ooh. Oh, did you see that? I did not think this was going to work, but it did. Oh, that's awesome. I really didn't expect that to work. So needle nose pliers. I was even going to go back and try with the angled ones, which would allow me to grip in there better. That worked. So I'm happy about that, and hopefully that works on the other end. In fact, I kind of want to try that before I do anything else, but we have a job to finish here while we're doing it. So what you do, this is how it should work normally, now that it's working. This is what I meant to show you first, is the steps on actually how to do this. So we'll come in here, we'll reverse our tool. Oh, I need to grab my phone. Keep an eye out for some messages. Where's my phone? Here it is. Bring her up. There. All right, I'm good. All right, so we take the tool and we put it back on. Same deal, we want to line it up on the back side so that we know we're pushing the cup through. Let's loosen it. Get the press piece on the cup here. And it's a little easier to feel through here. So if you can go around the circumference of the bore, and as long as you feel the lip intruding into this piece and not over it, if that makes any sense, you know you're good. And we're good. Let's go ahead and push this out. Hang on a second here. Tighten our vise a little bit. There we go. Now I did want to do one thing before I went any further. Because when this does come out, I want to remember what side was which. So I'm going to put my white paint mark here, which is different from my 3 yellow ones that line up on the transfer case. I'm going to put a white mark here. So now I know this side lines up with this, and I'll make sure that the entire assembly is going to go back to the way it was from the factory. Because I'm about to pop out this U-joint and get this piece, the flange, removed. And then we'll put the flange in the vise and work on everything in the vise. There we go. All right. Loosen your vise. You see we've got the cup now protruding on this one. So we'll grab our big giant channel locks, or locking pliers, adjustable locking pliers. They're not actual channel locks. They're from Tractor Supply. There's another cup off. Now, look at that. That's what allows you to get the U-joint out, and that's how it should go without having to cut it. So as you saw before, we ended up taking a not big enough grinding wheel after doing a not sharp enough worn out saw blade, and we actually just cut right here, one of the smaller areas, and we ended up cutting both those so that we could just separate these, take them out, and then push these out that way. They were actually quite a bit rustier on the other one. So now we can call some success. Get junk out of the way here, because we have now 2 nice clean bore holes ready for our new U-joint on this side. So out of 6, we have 2. So we're a third of the way there. Now before we work on that other side anymore, I'm going to put this back over here. I'm going to see if my luck will continue, as in hopefully be good. And I'm going to grab the same pliers that I had. Do I dare try another plier? I'm going to try the angled ones and see if that gets me in easier. Yeah, and let's see if we can mirror that same fun. Oh, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, is it? These were the magical ones. These were the ones that worked. Why am I deviating from that? A lot less to grab onto. You're only lucky once. Sometimes you got to retrace your steps, all right? Let's retrace our steps. I think I hit it with this chisel. One thing I want to do, I want to be able to see if I'm moving it. So I'm going to put a paint mark on both pieces. Now, for some reason, I get lucky and this shifts any little bit, that paint mark will move. Paint mark did not move. Paint mark bled a little bit, but I don't think it moved. Let's go from this side. You know what? I think we got a little bit of movement on this side. Our paint mark moved. Yep, our paint mark moved. Yep, it's rotating now. All right, so now we're going to try our magical pliers. Come on, be magical. No, that's not magical. Come on now. Yes! Ha ha! Gotcha! All right. We are on a roll. See, if you're still on watching, you're learning stuff. How to get these stubborn pieces of junk out. All right, we're going to do this one next. So, remember our method was using this. And this one I've really hacked a little bit, so this is going to be harder. This is the one where I hit it with a hammer and I actually bent it in here, but it did not compress in there at all. That looks clean. But just to check, I'm not going to, oops, sorry about that. I am going to hit the tripod. So what I did, just so you know, I was hitting with the ball end of the hammer to see if I could just jostle anything loose. And you know, it's kind of hard. This is a big hammer to aim and get perfectly square. It wasn't exactly going to work. So I went a little off-centered, and I hit a pretty hard whack right there, and I put a nice dent. It doesn't look like it compressed our groove, but it could have. So what I'm going to do is take this chisel and do something you really shouldn't do, which is go anywhere near the inner race, because you really don't want to damage that at all. But I'm going to put the chisel in the groove and just use it with pressure to push up on that in case it needs it. Just light tap. That should be enough. All right, so what we're going to do, let's do the paint mark again. That was cool. Let me know if I had progress. So we're going to draw a paint mark on the edge right to our thing. We're going to hit this. It just fell out. Awesome. 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 Sometimes you need to just step away and get something to drink, because that's pretty much what I did. So that is now ready for a reassembly of a U-joint. This side is ready as well, but we're not quite set. I'm going to set this aside, because we now have to get the U-joint out of this. And this one, we've already had some breakage on these. This one we haven't really tried yet, so let's give it a try. So this one's had some PV blaster soaking on it. This one we might get lucky and have it come out. I don't think I tried this one. Have to do something better. That might help. Let's try it. Nope. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. All right. Lots of nope on that one. Before I make it worse, I'm going to flip it over We're going to try on this side. This one looks real nasty. So what we're going to do, let's wire brush it a bit. See what we got. Bring it closer so you can see. Haven't checked YouTube for a bit. Let's see what we got on there if anyone's hanging out. Oh, got a couple people hanging out. All right, so we don't get a ton of views because I'm not good at advertising, and Google likes it when you pay them money. So people find it if they're looking for something and like what they see. And for the live stream, I'm out here anyway hanging out. Now that I figured out how to do the streaming, it's not so bad to have it running. So slowly but surely. So this chisel is working excellent. I've just loosened this edge. I'm going to try to go around the tripod and continue. I don't know why this wasn't working before, or maybe I was just not giving it enough. This is totally going to come out, by the way. Look at that. Look at that. We got it. All right, let's try that trick on the other side. So, tell you what, that was a neat trick. So if it's going to break like that, use a really small cold chisel and very carefully work your way around it. We did 0 damage, and you can see it on camera. You'd see if there was shiny marks there where we had gouged in, but we weren't hitting it hard enough. We got just enough to knock it loose and not cause any damage, so that's a win. All right, let's see if we can do that again. Brush it off. The nice thing is the way those clips work, since they have this kind of, can I call them pretzel clips? Can we just call them that? I mean, come on, they look like pretzels. So these pretzel clips, since they have these turns in them, you have a natural spot where there's a little bit of area that you can very carefully get something like a cold chisel into. And honestly, I should work on this side. So let me go over here. This side has a lot more. Yeah, it's coming loose. Look at that. It's just sort of bending it over. There's like no spring left to these. Ooh, it broke. That's not the ideal situation. I'm not sure I'll be able to get in behind that. But no worries, if we can't get this one out, we're going to do the same trick. We're going to push the U-joint out that way, pop it out, and then work on popping this piece out when the U-joint's halfway out. Oops. This is why they invented steel-toe boots. People wonder why drop something like that on your foot. It can hurt pretty good. All right, let's do it. See if we can just knock this thing out. Be done with it. Back to this. That's pretty good. We'll just stay there. It's not centered. This one has a lot less play. That's pretty close. I think it'll shift in the right direction as we go. Whoops. Ah, knew that was going to happen. I'll hold it tight enough to get there, but the ideal spot to hold this would actually be this way and run my wrench the other way. So that's what I'm going to do. Even like this. I swear, sometimes I'm not the brightest bulb on the Christmas tree. It's usually when I rush. No matter how much I told myself, when I start rushing or just not caring, I do dumb things. This is actually a nice view because you can see how that actually presses everything through. Remember before I said that the U-joint eventually bottoms out. That's essentially where it starts hitting this wider part of the U-joint and won't go any further. So you got to stop and, whoops, I thought I had this cranked down enough, but apparently not. Let's see if that. Sorry about that. That's better. No, it's not. Come on. This thing's like ever so slightly beveled, so it doesn't want to stay locked in the vise no matter how you do it. Even though this is straight that way, it's beveled slightly like that. So I'm really going to want to crank it down. Yeah, see, it's wanting to come right out as I'm trying to loosen it. So back to the drawing board. Do this again. Probably just use my impact to get it loose. There it goes. I was making jokes about steel-toed boots, and I'm wearing sneakers, and you probably didn't see it on camera, but this fell out, and the head of it, which is pretty heavy, hit the edge of my foot, and it still hurts. I'm like, yeah, those steel-toe boots that I got that I'm not wearing. Just come out, just enough with this vise crap. Come on, we're on live camera here. You got to be good. You got to be like you never mess up. That's tight in there. I think I'm got this in the vise wrong. Causing it to bind. Because why? Because I am rushing. Because I want to be done. Look at that. See? Do it the right way and it'll wiggle itself out. Sort of. For real, dude. There we go. Watch that foot. I'll be dropping it on you. All right, so let's go back to this. Now that we've got some extra room in here, you think our magical pliers are going to work? Did we get it enough? They did. Magical pliers did the trick. They probably loosened it enough to get it out. So we're home free. That is, all of these are clear. All we got to do at this point. Man, I'm worried about the balance of this thing, and I'm going to keep dropping it. Oh, I'll tell you what. Good thing this isn't live. Oh, wait. This is why a lot of shops don't want you in there when they're working on your car. They don't want you to see what they're doing. You're like, I'm just kidding. I'm butchering this job for sure, but just getting it done. All right, that's pretty good. We're almost home free. Do I have the vise tight enough? That's yet to be seen. So my game plan on putting this back in is that we're going to put the U-joints in the drive shaft first, and then we'll put this on at the end, the flange. So it'll be a lot easier to hold things in the vise because we'll be securing the drive shaft itself. I'm happy we only had to cut one of the U-joints, and that was a pain. And in all honesty, I think we learned some tricks that could have negated that. The idea is that cutting it should have been faster than doing the other steps that we did, but so I didn't really have the right stuff in stock here, and can't really go to the store. You're not really supposed to, unless it's essential. So we make do. Anyway, I wouldn't have gone anyway. I'm too lazy. Okay. Oh, don't do this to me. Come on now. Come on now. Maybe we can just hammer. This out. It's not quite through, is it? There we go. It was close. Just had to help it the rest of the way. There's another U-joint out. These, like I said, these U-joints were still greased. They were still in pretty good shape. So this did not have to be done. But the ease of access to everything and the fact that this should have only taken a few minutes is a good reason why it wasn't a bad idea to give it a go. And there's our white paint mark. Here's our 3 yellow marks, and here's our 1 yellow mark. So we'll be able to line this up when we reinstall it. All right. Look at this mess. Oh, and I'm supposed to touch my computer now, huh? All right, I'm going to go wash my hands. And I'm not going to mute the microphone. Oh, wait, yes, I am. All right. We'll transition back to this view and check out what we got going on YouTube. Not much. That's good. So I'm just getting later. We're getting to the point where some folks varying on your time zone are either going to have your end of day where you're just chilling, watching a movie or something. Other folks are going to be at the point where maybe you're getting ready for dinner. And a few of you, if you're on the West Coast, probably still got some daylight. But we're going to press ahead. So what we're going to do is we're going to wrap up our drive shaft job here and then get at least installed in the truck. And then we'll be done with our stream for today. So we're coming up probably on 5 hours. Which is a little more than I thought I would do. I thought I'd do about 3, but hey, YouTube hasn't kicked me off yet. They apparently have all the space in the world to store this silliness. So we're gonna do it. Oh, yeah, you get to see me drink. All right, let's go back to our drive shaft station. Start with this one. You're going to do the difficult one first. Okay, so I kind of put it in upside down. Whoops. Can you still see? Yeah. All right. So let me find my ujoints. Here's the one I had open. Did I make that much of a mess? See, this is why I said earlier I wasn't going to donate the gloves that I have because they're open and they sit out with garbage like this on them. So if you got some sealed ones, and I'll have to look on my shelves and just see if I got any, but if you got any sealed ones, there's a lot of places that could use them. But if a lot of places are smart enough to not take unsealed ones because they're, I can't get that. That's not sterile in any way, shape, or form. So that box has been open for months. All right, well, I see this U-joint, this one. Does anyone else do what I do where you literally had a box of parts or a tool and you set it down somewhere and now you have no idea where it is? Might just be me. All right, so we got our new U-joint. I gotta sneeze. Oh man, I'm sorry, I didn't get to mute in time. It's the dangers of hanging out with me on a live stream. So I'm going to keep this nice paper here so I don't get our new part with all the dirt and nastiness. Do I have any brake clean left? I had a big mishap. I know it's sad with my brake clean. God, I got to have something around here. I have a big jug of brake clean and I have a refillable spray canister. And the spray canister, which seems like the simplest thing in the world, has ceased working. And I took it apart yesterday and I can't figure out why it isn't working. Other than that, I have like 20 or 30 ounces of brake clean left. No matter how much I pressurize the thing, it doesn't want to spray through. All right, so I went ahead and cleaned out these bores with a little bit of brake clean I got left. And what we're going to do is, where's our grease? Here's our grease. We are going to get dirty. That sounded really weird. I'm sorry. But it's going to happen. So what we're going to do is we're just going to take a look, pop off our caps here, and you can see there's a little bit of grease in there. So what I'm going to do is take a little bit more axle grease and just pull it in there. A little more grease on them, not too much. I have a tendency to overfill them. We're going to just put these cups aside. This is the cup. No, this is not the one that does that. But fortunately, it looks like the inner sides, this is packed with grease from the factory. And it seems pretty good, so we're going to put a little more in our cups there. But one of these, the first one I took off? Oh, what luck, it is. Needs to have the grease fitting installed. So that's why I like to pull these off. See, that one's got a lot of grease. That's probably directly opposite of where the grease fitting is, so that one's good. And then we'll take this one. That's the only thing that I don't really like about having the grease fitting on the cap, is that I don't know how well it distributes grease to the rest of the U-joint, but considering these are sealed, they're nice, high quality. The fact that you actually can add some grease to it is positive. So, and I'm sure as the thing spins and gets some centrifugal force going, even though grease doesn't flow very much, it's going to flow when it has the force of spinning at 60 miles an hour. But yeah, these are, you can tell, you can pack a little more in there if you want, but we'll fill it after the fact too. These all seem pretty good. So, Moog, looks like you did a good job filling these from the factory. So, not able to really pack them any further. All right, so let's put our U-joint here. So what we're going to want to do is just put a little bit of grease in our bore holes, not a ton, just enough to lubricate when you slide them in. Then let's see what we got in here. New pretzel clamps. That's what we're calling them, pretzel clamps. I haven't looked that up. Maybe I heard it somewhere, but pretzel clamps, I like that. That's what we're going to go with. So here's the little grease fitting. Now this is something you don't want to lose. This tiny little grease fitting is going to go on this cap. It has the hole in it. And it's just going to screw in with a flat blade screwdriver. If I remember correctly, it's been a little while since I did these, let me clean the grease off of this and look. That hole does look to be tapped. But I couldn't remember if these were self-tapping or if it was pre-tapped. They don't look tapped super well. There's not a ton of grip for them to have anyway. So that's what we're going to do. Take this, get it started by hand. Oh yeah, it's tapped and it's going in good. I had one, I remember one time that, probably me, cross-threaded it. I'll be careful about that. I'm just going to go ahead and screw that fitting in. Get it tight. Now we can't get it super tight because we're holding this thing and it's greasy, but that way we don't forget it. I'll decide later if that was a bad idea, because I got to remember, we're putting a press on it. That is a bad idea. See, this is where I would edit this out, or I would leave it in just as a lesson. But since we're live streaming, we leave everything in. So it's silly to keep that in there, because if we're hammering on this or pressing on it, we don't want to damage that grease fitting. We want to have a nice flat surface. So that's what we got now. It's actually been a while since I've used the ones with the grease fitting on the cap. It's been a number of years. So, excuses, right? It's like, oh, he's making excuses. All right, so we're going to put our U-joint in. Fit, yay. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and put one of our caps in. And on this one, we're going to hammer it, because I don't think it's going to need that much. Now the big thing you're going to want to do when you're hammering it, all right, so important stuff. The grease that we put in here is going to help hold these needle bearings. I don't know if you can see this, but the needle bearings are about ½ inch long, and there's probably about 50 of them in there. And they roll, and the whole point is they roll against this surface. Now, as you're hammering this in, these could all fall out, right? So you got to be very careful that they don't fall out as you're doing it. So what you want to do is get this cup seated like that. So now the needle bearings are going to be against this surface, so I know that I'm not going to have a problem. And then you want to hammer this in straight. So I'm really just going to use the weight of the hammer. Just get it started. Okay, then we're going to loosen this. And I'm going to roll this over. This is how I like to do it. I know some people just like to hammer them all the way in. I'm just never comfortable with that. I like the feel of using the press, because if for some reason I start going crooked, I just know I feel it, you know? That makes sense to anybody? It's personal preference, I guess. So the hammer's faster. You know, just bash the thing in and be done with it. So we're going to line this one up. My head's in the way. So we're going to line this one up next. Okay, so I like to use the press tool. That's what we're going to do. Very lightly, should go in without too much problem. And that's just what I like about using the tool. It's a little slower. You can bash them in with a hammer and be done. And if I broke a U-joint on a trail, I'd probably bash it in with a hammer and be done. But in terms of this, it just gives you more feel. And I kind of like that. I want to know how it's going into that surface. Okay. All right, now, what you want to do is get it in there enough that you can see your groove. And sometimes it helps to have a bit of a light to see the groove. All right, y'all, hit me out. Here it is, right in front of me. We're just under the groove. So we could technically install one of our pretzel clips. Have a tendency to go flying if you're not careful with them. There we go. Pretzel clip installed. Now what that'll do is I push back on the other side, it'll keep it from pushing out. So if I flip this around, I can just make sure that we're not binding on our U-joint. Everything's nice and straight, so we're good. I can put our tool here. All right. We're going to go ahead and crank this one in. Again, just feeling how smoothly it goes in lets me know that it's not binding. And at a certain point, it's in that race, it's not going to bind. So hitting it with a hammer at this point, it's only going to go straight in. But still, something about, I know I'm going straight in, I'm not hitting it on the side, putting side load on the angle or anything like that. Now it will bottom out at some point. That's where it's pressing against our spring on the bottom, our pretzel spring. And we're going to loosen, we're going to see if that went far enough. See our groove, and it is just far enough to see our groove. And neither of those was the, by the way, the one with the hole in it. They do give you an extra tight clamp, and the reason is that pretzel clamp would get in the way of that hole where that grease fitting needs to go. So I give you a half-eaten pretzel instead, and that would leave that grease fitting available. All right, so let's go ahead and put this one in. I should give you an extra one because I just know one of these is going to go flying. Looks like we're in the groove. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say groovy. I'm totally not. It's groovy. I did it. Oh man. All right. All right. Make sure it's seated in that groove, and that U-joint is in. Now look how much tighter the U-joint is. I mean, it is tighter, which is good. It feels smooth, but a little tighter than the one that was a little more worn out. So it's not at a loss that we did it by any means. All right, so at this point, we're ready to reinstall our flange. Now remember, we put a white paint mark, and I see we have a white paint mark here. So this is going to line up like that, which means this will sit on this U-joint as such, like that. So before we do that though, I'm going to put a little bit of grease in these bore holes. Oh, I need to clean them out with our brake clean. Be sure to save some for the other side because I'm almost out. I have plenty. I can, worst case, just use the rag and dip into it, but at some point in time I'll show you. I don't know if any of you have used those spray refillable sprayers. They're really handy, and it's way cheaper than buying cans of this stuff and throwing the cans away. I mean, there's something nice about having them, but I've had some problems with it as of recent. Oh, duh. Too busy talking about my refillable sprayer. Speaking of bore holes, if you haven't assigned or subscribed to our channel, do so. It's a rabbit hole of boring videos. If it makes you feel any better, the humor doesn't get much better. I actually have some really bad humor that I'm just not really thinking is YouTube probably wouldn't like, so I don't know. Just kidding. Leave you thinking on that one. All right. Got that one in. I like to double and triple check. So again, always check those needle bearings before you pop it in. Make sure that none of them have fallen down and come loose. If you're not careful, you can break something. You can cause damage. So. That one didn't quite seat yet. All right, we're on there. Let's go ahead and just use the tool on this one, get it seated. In theory, this is the hard side, so hang on just a second. Let's get this moved over. Sorry about kicking the tripod there. do that. All right, it's not quite seated in there. What I'm going to do with a hammer. Nope, still not quite seated in there. Because this is a flange piece, so let me see if I can get this tool on it and we'll get it done. The only thing that's a bit of a holdup here is the way this pivots, and since it's not quite tight on the U-joint yet, it does kind of want to pivot around. See, like that? So what I should be able to do though is just get it tight enough to grip. Slightly loosen it, get it centered. I don't know why we're having trouble centering on this one. Definitely did before. Come in this way. That's better. There we go. Coming in nice and smooth. Should be deep enough. Put our pretzel ring in. Yep. Almost sent that one flying. There we go. Whoa! Awesome. Love that this is on live. Don't do that. So what happened is, basically, our vise had turned when we were pulling on it before. So the reason I have it angled like this is so that we can keep the back end of our U-joint on the workbench. Cool. All right, there we go. Now our last one is the one with the hole that we're going to have to put. Again, always check your needle bearings. Looking good. Enough. Now we're a little off-centered, but it's going in nice and easy. But we're probably going to have to reposition. So we're hitting the edge there. There we go. It's being problematic. that's bottomed out. This is actually the tough one, and I mean that because the other one you only have two sides to get in, and then the rest are strap bolts that attach to the pinion, so they're pretty simple. Here it is. Now this one is easy to have go flying. Just look at that. It is pretty wacky design there. Dude. I guess I could get my snap ring pliers, but these aren't necessarily snap rings. These are external, well, you know what they are. The pretzel rings. This way, the way that things could all go wrong with. Watch there's somebody commenting like, dude, there's an easy way to do these. And the other ones, they're simple. These ones, I think I'm remembering why I didn't like the U-joints that have the cap grease fitting. In theory, they're a little stronger. Anytime you have a greasable U-joint, they're a little bit less strong than the non-greasable ones. These seem additionally problematic in terms of servicing. I spoke too soon. So on the strap side, you don't have these clips. Maybe we won't use the pretzel clip on the other side. But see, like, this is one of the old ones. If that was in there, it would block your threaded hole. So, I don't remember. I know on the WJ, I want to say I used these on at least one of the WJ drive shafts. And I don't remember them being so problematic. So I think what I'm going to have to do is come in on the outside, compress it, I got a theory here, all right, which is compress the ends as much on the end of the pliers as possible without having it shoot across the shop. Drop it in. It's gonna go flying. Drop it in. That. And then that. Yeah. Kind of, but not. I think what we're going to have to just do, like that, and then, whoops, whoo, didn't go flying. Move the camera back a little bit so you can see what I'm getting at here. So let me get this moved over so it doesn't pivot on me. So basically I'm going to jam this end in. I'm going to press against it on this end and use the screwdriver to press it into the groove as it shrinks. Going to be awesome until the last piece. And I'm not right-handed. So, try that again. I feel like we're on to something here. this way. I don't know if it would make sense to press there. Man, so close. I get like the last ½ inch, and then it just wants to not quite make it. Ooh, got it. Get in there. Oh, got it. I knew that would work. Just took a little bit of getting it in there. Make sure it's seated. Oh, yeah. It is seated. Let's go ahead and screw this in. Very careful not to cross thread it, because I know that's possible. The main reason is those caps, there's not a ton of threads in them. So if you start cross threading the very edge of it, there's not much left to grip after it. Probably why you don't want to over tighten it either. But you don't want it to come out. So that's pretty tight, but not over tight. That is one U-joint replaced, and that's like an hour and a half later from when we got the drive shaft out. And that's about how it goes. Now we're going to do the easy side. Now the easy side is simple. Trusting I can find the other new U-joint. Now I got to go on a U-joint hunt. While I'm at it with my greasy hands, I'm going to be cleaning my laptop off later. One concurrent user, which is probably me. Hopefully y'all are doing something more fun than this. At the same time, I'm happy if people want to watch it, because I'm going to be doing it anyway. Well, what do you think I did with this? No, it's not behind the laptop. How hard can it be to find a Moog box around here? Ah, found it. Found it. Let's knock this out. I got places to go. Wait, never mind. People to see. Oh, never mind. So yeah, let's do it. So 2 of these caps we're going to put on later, or actually what I like to do is I will put them on, but I'm going to wrap tape around it. But for now I'm going to leave them off. I'm going to put this here. Let's start off cleaning the bores out. I just had my rag. It's really boring when you're watching and I walk away because I left my rag sitting over there, but if you were hanging out in person, you'd just be sipping a beer or something, hanging out, talking. Wouldn't be so bad. I know I don't work very fast either. I can work fast. I usually choose not to. There's something about it. I just like chilling. Come on now. I honestly think I used to work faster too. I think I rebuilt all the WJ drive shafts in like half a day. Here I am with one simple one, coming up on 2 hours into it. To be fair, I took quite a break to walk the dog really fast and let them venture in the house where they were happier. I was happy. They didn't seem upset. They weren't like waiting at the door like, come on, get me out of here. You know, like I said, I'm probably oversensitive to the noise stuff for them. I just don't want them to get injured with their ears and stuff like that. Because dogs do get tinnitus, believe it or not. My last lab had there's articles that say whether or not it's true, because we don't know. You don't know what a dog hears because the dog doesn't tell you. The dog doesn't say, hey, that's loud, or I hear a ringing in my ears. But Sharky 2, because this is actually the third Sharky, I think we talked about that in one of our videos. Inherited that from my grandfather. But Sharky 2 had a big problem where he would be sleeping at night and he would just wake up and he couldn't sleep. It's like he was hearing something that was bugging him, and it was absolutely silent in the house. So I got a box fan and put it out. There's just a fan or something, and I recognized that it seemed like if there was a white noise generator, he was happier. So I went on the internet and I found a box fan MP3. I think I bought it on Amazon or something, and it was like $2 for this song, and it was 10 minutes of a box fan. And I took that 10-minute, put it in an audio editor, and made it a 10-hour clip. Loaded it on an iPhone, an old iPhone with on this old, iPod boombox thing. Put it on repeat and set it right next to his dog bed, and would play it, relatively quietly at night. And after that, he was fine, slept, never had any issues. So I was pretty confident that he had tinnitus as he was an old pup, and that the ringing or whatever he heard was bothering him. And like for a lot of people, a little bit of tinnitus, you get a white noise generator and it helps dull that noise. So I think about that a lot, and with the dogs, I'm like, it can happen from age. It's not necessarily because Sharky was in the shop with me before, but like I'd never had him out when I was making loud noises anyway, because the dogs have sensitive ears, but I always did wonder about that. And what did I wonder about? I'm thinking now I got to get the right tool. But I always wondered if the dogs really do get the tinnitus, and I think that they do. So therefore, it's another reason to keep them away from the loud noises with their sensitive ears. They hear way better than we do. That worked well. I'm going to go ahead and put the one with the hole, with the grease fitting in here. I know it's going to be a little harder to seat, but I'd rather seat that one. I'm just going to get this one seated. Okay, I'm going to have to be very careful when I do that and get it started. But yeah, I just think that the dogs, if they get tinnitus, if it's something that they do get and they have sensitive ears and they hear better than we do, then why not take steps to just be careful to preserve that like you would do for yourself? So they don't need to be in here while I'm hammering and banging on stuff. And half the time I'm out here, if I'm cutting metal on the Spitfire, I got headphones on and I got ear muffs over the headphones because the grinder just constant noise of that. There's no point in having a dog out for that. Oops, gotta tighten my vise. I mean, there is a point to having a dog out because they're your buddy, but there we go. My point with all my backtracking is that I don't think it's a problem to have a full-time shop dog. I don't think it's really going to cause any problems, and some dogs like it more than others. But with Sharky, he's not a big noise dog. He's always been kind of frightened of noise. In fact, thunderstorms, man, he is terrified in thunderstorms. He just lays there and doesn't want to move. Ever since he was a pup. No, never left him in one. There we go. Get pretzel clip, go in there. Come on. There we go. pretzel clip installed. Yeah, shop dogs are a necessity. But there's definitely some work that I don't mind keeping away from them. All right, so we're going to do this. We're going to put the grease fitting cap. Check our grease, not our grease rings, our needle bearings, and they're good. Get that seated nice. Oops. Should I live stream cleaning the shop? That's even more fun. One thing I wish YouTube had, and maybe like you could do a Zoom thing mixed in with YouTube, is let people talk. Like I know you can chat on the chat windows, but have some people come on and chat along with while working, because part of the fun of working with people and hanging out in the shop is you talk to each other and kind of shoot the shit as you're going. All right, I think that's bottomed out there. Maybe too much so. So what we're going to do, we do the same trick to get this clip in we did on the other one. We'll use this tool and our screwdriver. And then what I'll do is I'll flip it back over, and we're just going to seat it against this one because I actually pushed it a little tight. This one does not want to go like the other one. Okay, this one's being a pain. Get this way. Because my hands are greasy. I'm slipping on the. Just gonna punch. I'm gonna go wash my hands off. I know I didn't mute. It's a little hand washing. Get the grease off. All right. Let's give that one more try. All right, that's better. Whoa, almost got it, almost got it. Got it. And seat it. Seated. Awesome. So what we're going to do before we put the grease fitting on there, we're just going to rotate our drive shaft over. And see here, I kind of pressed a little far in there, and that spring clip is pushed up a little bit. So I'm going to take the tension off of it. So what I'm going to do is come in here with this tool and put it on there. And we're just going to press the cup, the 0.5 millimeter that it basically wants to go to be settled and pushed up against the other one. So just like that. That should do it. We'll check. See how that's settled down now? All right, so now we'll flip our drive shaft back around. This one's looking good. It's seated. It's in there tight. So what we're going to do, we're going to get our grease fitting. Put our grease fitting in. Start it by hand. And find our screwdriver that we lost. There it is. Pretty sure this bench was fairly clean when we started. I'm going to put that in. Nice and tight, but not too tight. Just going to clean the end of the caps off here. So what we're going to do is take a little bit of masking tape. This is if you're going to store it, but even just walking it over to the truck, I don't want these falling off. And the needle bearings, when they fall off, that's when they really get loose and they fall out on you. Oh, look at that. We got extra grease in this thing. Look at that. It pressed the needle bearings out. That's fun. So let's be very careful about that. So we've actually got a little too much grease in there. So what I'm going to do, that grease needs somewhere to go, and the air does. So I'm going to pull that out. Pull our grease fitting out. Set it aside. And let's put these caps back on. Check those needle bearings. Make sure the seal is pressed on. Look at that, see? Had extra grease in it. Grease doesn't really want to compress, so you need to let it go somewhere. Put this back in. I like the commentary, every little thing. How about that? My hands are greasy again. You're going to hear me wash my hands one more time. I don't even want to touch the microphone to mute it. Get the pumice. The Gojo. Where's my rag? All right, fine. Didn't clean it off good enough, but you get the drift. All right, move that out of the way. So what we do is this doesn't really want to stick to any of the surfaces, but it'll stick to itself if you pull it tight. There, and that'll hold our caps on. So now we're ready to take our drive shaft over and get it reinstalled into the truck. So we're going to take just a little break, and we'll be back in just a minute. All right, we're back. So we are all set to go ahead and get our drive shaft reinstalled. I'm going to go ahead and get it under the vehicle. Kind of got our camera in a spot where hopefully you can see. Yeah, fiddle with the camera a bit, see if we can get you a better view without disconnecting it by accident, because I'm easy to do that by mistake. All right, let's see. How does that look? That's not bad. I mean, you can't really see the transfer case, but you can see the drive shaft that we're going to be putting up in there. So one thing I need to do off camera is, I guess I can do it here. So I need to go to all data. I need to look up the torque specs. So I use all data DIY for some of the service manuals. I don't have them handy other places. And that's simple, just use my phone, I can log right in. And I'll say this, they don't have everything. Oops, they might claim that they do, but a lot of times you go to look for something and it won't have the actual install steps or the specifications for torque. All right, 2001 F250. Let's go to, where do you think it's at? I guess I could search. Search. Drive shaft. No components. It's probably a prop shaft. Prop shaft. Is this seriously going to be the live stream of me searching? No. All right, let's find it the old-fashioned way. Let's look at the categories. Body and frame, no. Accessories, no. Engine. Okay, there's power and ground distribution, powertrain management, steering and suspension, transmission and drivetrain. There we go. Let's see. Automatic transmission, transaxle, clutch, differential assembly, drive/propeller shafts. 2 words. Bearings and joints. That's what we want. Universal joint. Service and repair. Single cardan flange yoke. Hey, it says to use the C-clamp puller like we did. Okay, that's everything that we did. And it does not have... Nope, didn't have what we needed. Drive and propeller shaft. Service and repair, rear. 1-piece 4x4 with 137 to 141 and 142-inch wheelbase. That's what we want. Going for the reassembly. Come on now. All right, so 26 pound-feet on our strap bolts. And install new bolts, loosely install the 4 new bolts. Install the new bolts and new retainers. Install the 2 new retainers and the 4 new bolts, of course. They want new bolts. One of the reasons they want new bolts is because the bolts come pre-assembled with the sealant and the Loctite on them. So what I do is I clean the bolts up and then I'm going to reuse them. So 76 pound-feet on the flange, 26 pound-feet on the strap bolts. Now I'm going to use some red Loctite and some thread sealant on these. Little soup that I like to make. Hope you'll stay and I got plenty of recipes. All right, so got our red Loctite and got our drive shaft. We got all our bolts and everything. All right, so I made a mark on our drive shaft. Here was the yellow mark, and that is where we had the 3 yellow marks right here. Let me see where that lines up on here. On the bottom. All right, so we had a single yellow mark right here. So the yellow was on this one. So this is going to go like that. So our drive shaft's going to mount up like this. And that means that this should all line up right here, no problem. And here's one of our yellow marks here. And it should be on the side there. Yeah, looks good. I know you can't see that on camera, but looks like we're going to line up just fine here. So I'm going to go ahead and get this side mounted first, just loosely, and I'm just going to put the bolts in as they are. Because, oh, you know what? I'm going to have to heave this thing up. Ooh. Hi there, folks on YouTube land. I haven't worked out today, so I will hold this thing up and try to hold it steady there while I line the threads up and get it started. Yep, got it. All right, so that's just one bolt to hold the flange up there so I can kind of get in there and get it tight. Then I'm going to wiggle my way down here. What we're going to do is pop our tape off. And then we're going to that lined up. There's our 3 yellow marks, our yellow mark there. We got our cups inside the flange. Again, just so that it doesn't fall out, I'm going to put one of these on very loosely. And we'll come back and we'll get our torque wrench and do all the funny stuff. And actually, I forgot my torque wrench, so I'll be coming out for that anyway. All right. Better get in there. Come on now. It'll be difficult. There we go. All right. Now, I'm just going to come along on this side. I'm going to get a second one of these bolts started on our transfer case flange so that we got everything lined up. Nice. Our paint marks are lining up perfect. Right, we're gonna tighten this down, and then we're gonna remove them. Just gonna get them partially tight. All right, good to go. Now the reason we're doing that, I want to get this flange seated correctly and make sure that I'm comfortable with how everything sits. And then when I install the other two bolts with the sealant and the Loctite on them, those will be the ones that retain it. And I'll move over and do the others. That one's tight. It's not tight, but it's snug. What I'm hoping to do is do this flange side first, and then come back and knock out our strap bolts. All right, let me go fetch my torque wrench. Oh boy. That's 40, 50, 60, 70, 75, 76. 76 pound-feet set on our torque wrench. Let's take our other two bolts, shake up our Loctite. Doing red Loctite on these. And a little bit of thread sealant on the other side. Now the service manuals from Ford usually call for this on the flange bolts. The AllData site does not reference this because it just says to use new bolts. But I'm going to do what Ford has had me do on other vehicles, and we'll work on this one. So we're going to tighten that one down, and then we're going to immediately torque it. And then we'll do the other corner, so we're kind of still doing a star pattern with the 4 here. All right, there we go. Now the big question is going to be, can I get my torque wrench on that one and pull down? I think I can. So hopefully we don't have to, I'm hoping there's enough room, basically what I'm saying is, and I can do all 4 of these without having to jump up and pop the transfer case in neutral and move the drive shaft around. It'd be nice. So again, I always pondered the use of the sealant on the threads. My best guess is to keep rust out of the threads. These bolts do sit in a pretty harsh environment. Nice, I'm able to take them hand tight all the way to the end. All right, so I'm going to try to reach up. Is it just going to be easier to, no, I'm on it. I get like one click out of the torque wrench, but it's enough. Ooh, almost. There we go. Those were misclicks. That's a real click. Basically, the head was hitting the edge of the flange. The head was hitting here, so it was actually stopping turning, and then it was tripping the mechanism in the torque wrench. All right, so I did the bottom and the top. Oops. So I'm going to pop out. This is awesome because that was the only one that I would have had to move if If I would have had to move the drive shaft, it would have been that one. So it's pretty awesome to have this amount of room to basically be able to remove the drive shaft without having to rotate it, which I did when we took it out because I just assumed I needed to. And honestly, it was probably faster, but at the end of the day, I don't feel like getting up. Let's take a nap on this concrete floor. Just better than the gravel that it used to be. I feel like I got something just about to go in my eye. There we go, got it. That one goes here. Oh, I'm under here. I need to read the tag on the transfer case. Can't remember what transfer case these use. There we go. 76 pound-feet. Loctite and sealant. I think of it this way, not only will it never come off inadvertently, I'm really not planning to pull the drive shaft out of this ever again in its lifetime, so I won't have to deal with the Loctite. So I'm all good. Watch, it just jinxed it. Sweet. That was pretty simple. I think we earned simple after the ujoints. All right, just check the first one. We're good. All right, you ready? I know it's a new process. Let's see. Oh, it's impossible to read. 270. Oh, it's corroded. $271 dash. Frick, I can't read it. I'll have to Google it and look it up. It's got corrosion, even though it's an aluminum tag. I'm pretty sure it's an aluminum tag. There's aluminum corrosion on it. That's a bummer. It might clean off, but it didn't clean off by hand. All right, now this we're going to reset to 26 pound-feet. So that's 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26. 26 pound-feet. And we'll switch to, oh, it's going back there. But we'll switch to our 5/16. I'm really going to do the same thing on these? I guess so. It's the tiniest bit. These actually did have white sealant on them, so I can tell you that they did have sealant. I just don't know why. So I'm going to put a little on. I'm not going to go crazy with it. All right. Look at that, smooth move. extension. Gonna need that swivel extension too. Aha. You know, I should have painted it while it was out of here, but I'm done. Snug. That's snug. I don't usually like to use extensions on torque wrenches, and I keep meaning to do a torque wrench video, talk about the history of torque wrenches and the usage of them. But one of the things that I kind of can prove is that the longer extension you have on a torque wrench, the more you're going to deviate from the actual torque setting that you're aiming for. But with a small extension, it's very minuscule, but it can be a big difference at certain torque loads and certain components. So here it shouldn't be a problem. Sometimes you just don't have a choice. All right, so we got these two out. We're going to do our sealant on it. Tiny, tiny bit. That. Put a cap on that. I've done two mishaps with that stuff. One, I left the cap off one time and the entire can dried out, which was a bummer. These cans are like 13 bucks. These are like not super expensive, but they're not cheap. And wasted like probably 90% of it. So dumb move, yep. The second thing I did, I think it was this one. I dropped it and tried to catch it and ended up squeezing it all over my shirt. So I lost probably about, it was probably honestly only about 10% of the can, but man, it made a mess. Get this one in here. This goes quicker with this ratchet. I don't know if anyone's hanging out or not, but if you are, I hope you're enjoying it. We're just finishing installing our drive shaft, getting it torqued in, and then we're pretty much done for the night. Got to cook some dinner. I managed to postpone doing that giant 17-foot brake line. I'm very proud of myself. But I got other stuff done. I didn't just sit around. I took care of another job that was sitting on the list. And it's going to ride nicer because of it. Two more bolts to torque and we're all wrapped up. All right, one more bolt to torque. Got it. Junk from out of here. All right, so just to recap, our drive shaft's back in with two new U-joints. Our flanges are good. Of course, we got these new hoses. We got our new evap line run. We marked and put together our brake line. So the big long run, we kind of know what to do with it. And I'm still contemplating going and seeing if anyone is shipping OEM replacements and just doing that. It would save a fair amount of time of bending and wasting brake line. So that may still happen. We'll see. I'll let you know. You can catch up on Instagram. That's where we'll update you anything that we're doing. Here's one of the old U-joint caps that fell out. Basically fell off the U-joint when we took the straps off. Now all I'm going to do, just to double check stuff, I want to make sure I didn't screw anything up. And that, oh, I can leave a socket on it. How did I do that? There it is. But I want to make sure that this is all in there. Yep, that looks good. The U-joints look awesome. It just says yellow here on the bottom, so someone's going to wonder what that's all about later on. But nope, our lines are all matching. So the reason for that, and I don't think we showed it on the bench that much, but you probably saw it, there are weights that are welded to the tube. This is precision balanced basically from the factory. And sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes that balance can be tied to the flanges. This flange has some extra holes in it, but doesn't have any drilled in on the side that I can feel. I know on the Mountaineer, that is a good example, it had a pretty thick flange on the back of the drive shaft, and it had varying drill marks on the side of the flange where they had removed material. And the only thing that I can gather is that it was machine balanced as an assembly. So, because normally I don't think you would balance a rear end like that, but it was basically machine balanced as an assembly from there to the front, and they would drill and take pieces out. Well, I replaced the differential. The new differential came and had completely different drill marks on it from the other one, and there was always a slight tiny little vibration in that thing. It got better. It never seemed to be a problem, but if it's like you could tell it was there, it wasn't 100% perfect. It was like 98% perfect. And I did always wonder, the only thing I didn't change in that drive line was the bearings and the transfer case. I took it apart and did the chain and the viscous coupling, but I didn't change out the bearings because I didn't have them and I just didn't think they needed it. So it's possible those bearings were just a little bit squirrely, like just minuscule, like you could tell. Everyone thought I was crazy. So maybe it was perfect, but I could tell, I knew. Or it was the fact that the balance in the back was just ever so slightly, it would cause driveline vibrations. And it was really only at a high velocity, so it really wasn't a big deal. Like I said, no one else riding in the thing knew. I could just tell them, hey, I can feel a little vibration. It could have been the tires from sitting for all I know. I don't think I had them rebalanced, actually. That's probably what it was. No, wait, I did have them rebalanced. That was years ago. Anyway, we're wrapped up here. I'm going to climb out. We're going to switch to our other camera, see who's hanging out. And I think we're probably going to wrap our stream up for today unless there's questions or comments or stuff waiting for us. So we'll meet you up there. Oops. All right. So switch back to our live stream. So there's no one really else on here, but this is going to post to YouTube anyway. So I hope everyone that did hang out a little bit enjoyed it. We got like 6 hours of streaming done today. Really the point is this, I don't know if I'm going to do this all the time because it is an extra thing to think about as I'm doing things. But if I'm out here working on something, I'll probably turn a stream on and let you see what we're doing and see if you can ask questions as we go. As long as we're all stuck in this COVID-19 garbage and we got to be quarantined and be at home, I know some of you have projects you can work on to keep you busy. Other people might not, and you are looking for different things to watch, different things to see, different ways to communicate. So if a stream is helpful to anybody, even if it's just 1 or 2 people that enjoy it, and it's not a big hassle for me to run it, I'm going to be happy to do that. So a couple things that we have coming up. I got to finish the brake line for this, and then I'll be basically getting the fuel tank back in, putting the wheels back on, and driving this truck out of here. And then we'll wheel the bed in, and then we got to replace the bed supports on the bed. Once that's done, we can put the bed back on the lift, very carefully back the truck up to it, lower it, get it all reassembled and put back in. I don't know what that thing is that just flashed on the screen here, but hopefully I'm still connected. Anyway, the other thing that we have to do, we've got a couple other projects that are outside that we need to knock out. So we've got an older Honda Civic, a 2004, that is ready to go to another owner, but it has some suspension work that needs to get done. It's the kind of deal where it runs fine, but one of the strut bearings makes a little noise when you turn at stop. So what we're going to do is rebuild the front end before we hand it off to a family member. So we've got inner and outer tie rods, we've got lower ball joints, we've got bushings for the control arms, and we've got new struts and spring assemblies with strut bearings and everything, so we're going to tear apart that front end and replace everything. In that one I got cheap. I bought all Moog parts. I bought good stuff, and I think I bought, not for the springs, I think I bought the OEM Honda ones. I forget who the brand was. I think KYB is what it was. So we got KYBs for the struts, and then we got the Moog stuff. But the control arms, and we have a press. And this is one thing I always tell people, like, hey, if you got tools, or if you're wondering how you get tools as you go forward, is you make a monetary sacrifice in the parts or in the vehicle that you own, and it necessitates you buying the tool. So a good example, as I get more stuff out of my eye, I can buy the control arms for that Honda Civic, and I want to say they're $50 a pop, so $100 for the 2 upper control arms. Or I can buy the, or it's for the lower, I forget, it doesn't matter. Or I can buy the bushings, and the bushings are $8 a pop. So $16 or $50. So I'm essentially saving like 35 bucks or $34 per side. Add up, that's $70. So doing both sides. By buying just the bushings, I save 70 bucks. Now again, if I'm a shop and I'm turning things over and I'm passing on parts costs and I'm getting things, that's not a bad price for a customer. And I get it done and I get it out the door. It's going to take me longer to do the bushings than it would be to just yank something out of the box that's ready to bolt on. But I'm not here to do that. I'm here to save myself money. So if I can save myself 70 bucks and have the exact same work done, clean up the old control arms, throw some paint on them, and put brand new rubber bushings in them from Moog, then I use my shop press. And my shop press on a coupon was 100 bucks. So right then and there, I paid for 75% of the cost of the shop press. Now, I buy Harbor Freight stuff on a lot of things because for the amount of use that I give it, it works good. And there's tons of videos out there about what's good at Harbor Freight and what isn't. And their quality is changing all the time. They've gotten really good on some of their tools. And my 12-ton shop press is a little rickety sometimes. I put some grade 8 hardware in it to make it stronger. So I probably put another 20 bucks into it, so $120. And now the thing works perfectly. It's strong. It's pressed bearings. It's pressed bushings out of stuff. It's been very handy. So I used it on the WJ. I saved myself probably $100 on WJ parts by pressing out bushings instead of buying replacements preloaded. And on this Honda, I'm going to save $70. So $170 just on those 2 jobs that now have paid for that tool. So I'm not preaching. I know I get preachy sometimes, but so some people go, man, why don't you get all these tools? And it's like, because I deal with old garbage and I keep the garbage running, and I don't buy the pre-made parts. I buy the cheap bushing, and then I buy the tool to press the bushing in. And if I'm going to use that tool 2 or 3 times, it's going to more than pay for itself. So that's why, and that's how it works. So, and sometimes you can do that. Like if you're doing a job for somebody, you go, hey, look, I need a special tool to do this for you. You're going to save. You can go to a shop, and it's $1,000 for the shop, but it's $200 in parts plus a $100 tool. You can usually work a deal out with your friend, maybe go in on it together, and you've got the part now to use for other jobs. So there's all kinds of ways to collect tools as you go forward. And the big thing is I look around, I got a shop of tools. I didn't have a shop of tools years ago. It's something that you just collect over time and you get there. So if you're starting out and you don't have a lot, rent the tools that you need from the store, learn, always follow the service manual, find the right stuff on YouTube that shows you how to do things correctly, and learn from doing it, have fun. But at the same time, don't fret that you don't have all the tools. You will never have all the tools you want. You just watch some of the shows on TVs with the metalworking tools they have. I'm like, oh, I want that. I don't have half of that. I don't have most of it. There's always going to be new tools to buy, so you're never going to be in a different situation. You got to roll with what you got, make it work. Remember that the tool shops or the auto shops will let you rent stuff, usually with a deposit, like the parts stores. And then sometimes it makes sense to buy a tool that you can put away somewhere and use in the future, and it'll pay for itself. So anyway, that's kind of where we're at. I know I went off on a tangent there, and I'm making a 6-hour stream 7 hours by doing so. But again, if anyone watches this later on and it gives you a little bit of something to do in the quarantine time when you're kind of bored and don't have anything, then it did what it was supposed to. All right, I hope you all are staying safe. Look out for your friends and family members and yourselves. Stay healthy, stay happy, and check us out on Instagram. We'll keep a lot of content flowing. And as we do things, we'll do more live streams than set up here. I know we're going to do one during the week. We're going to do a live review of the Phi collar because we got a replacement for Sharkies, and we're going to do that. So anyway, we'll catch you later. Have a good one. We'll talk soon.